Hello. The heat has been returned. Right, so yes, that was very good. My handyman friend has come and fixed that very quickly, and yes, happy about that. So, um, I'm only back, like I said, if it's the same ghost town and nobody, and also I just noticed, right, sometimes weird shit like that happens because, like I said, I did kind of feel he was going to come tonight, but. Because it was so late, oh God, this is not very flattering with it. Let's just sort that a little bit. Also, I wouldn't normally wear this with navy leggings, but shit happens, guys. Again, when I was out walking that, I didn't have this top on, and I just wanted to put it on because I like to put it on for Leo Moon. And I have done for years. It's one of my favourites. Like I said, I don't know how this hasn't got holes in it or anything, but and it was only H&M, good quality. Yeah, anyway. I love it. I'm very fussy about I love leopard print, but I don't like wearing more than one leopard print thing. Unless it's your jammies or something, that doesn't count. Oh yeah. Well, that's quite interesting. The other synchronicity there is that is the thing. I just love leopard print full stop, but that was a standing joke. Mad Divine Masculine always used to like point it out basically because I had leopard print everything. Like my jammies, my dressing gown, like my bedspread at the time. I don't even normally say bedspread, but yeah, my covers were. It was quite funny. Probably my socks. Although how funny is that? He would never have seen me in socks like ever. Quite funny banner. Right. Anyway, so yeah, if you want a card, speak now, and I'm going. Charlotte, you can come back and get more because you know, I cut you short a bit, but um. I love you, baby, and if it's quite all right, I need you, baby. The reason I'm singing that is because as I was saying goodbye to him, this I was like, "Where's that music coming from?" And it was on that song. Can't take my eyes off of you. You be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you. What? It's on a Michael Bublé playlist, but that's not Michael Bublé. Oh, maybe it's because he covers it or something. I don't know. I don't know why it's on that. Oh, it's the alarm. It's because it was the alarm. Right. Let's just do some wee collective messages then. But yeah, if you're new, did I even take two free cards, but I'm away if nobody's there? Yeah, exactly what it says. I'll do some more collective, but yeah, the last one ended at 111. That's new beginnings energy. So let's check in on a wave. Oh my God, my hair. Guys, I kind of worried about that. I wondered about that because I let my hair dry naturally. And then I didn't really brush it. And then I've been putting my hat on. There's a bit of a bird's nest at the back. Or whatever. Oh, look, it's landed on compromise. Compromise is not submission, whoever needs to hear that. It's just being an adult and talking things through calmly and reaching a conclusion that's going to suit all. A resolution. There's a card that says that in this. Yeah, let's check in on a wave, and then if people come in and want a card, I'm going to put the Spotify on and see. God, it's not. Apart from my personal drama, it doesn't seem, and the drama's over now because the water's back on. But there doesn't seem to be. It's not a very Leo Moon vibe. Oh fucking hell, my hair really is all over the place. Um, Good feeling. I don't even know what that song is. It's not "Whoa, sometimes I get a good feeling." Um, oh, when I look at you, Miley Cyrus. That was a that I'm not going to sing it, but it's a lovely song. That was a song that whenever that comes on, that's a sign for me, The Dark Night of the Soul, because I used to listen to that. It's not so much The Dark Night of the Soul, but I used to listen to that and right in the prime time heartbreak of the Twin Flame journey. Like, Also very cheery either, is it? But and by the way, can I just say this would be before the term twin flame was on my radar, but I just knew what was going on. Like I felt like I was connected to him, even though we weren't talking. Um, because it says something about you appear just like a dream to me. Oh, just go and look at the lyrics yourself. Um, oh, I'm not really feeling this. If nobody comes, I'm going. Just a little bit, 50 Cent. Just a little bit. Um, and then the He Sleeps from Pretty Woman has just come on. That's the instrumental. Da-na-na, na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na, doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. Don't lie. If you like Pretty Women too, I know that you know the tune too. That was quite good. That is pretty much it. Oh no, now I'm getting mixed up with another one instrumental. What's that one? That's going to annoy me. I'm just going to sit here and sing myself. Oh, I think it is still Pretty Woman. I don't know if that is. It's a really sad scene in a film, and I don't know. Nah, that's fucking annoying me. It's like a sad scene in a film where someone's driving off, but it's not actually Pretty Woman. People are like, what the fuck is she doing? Sorry, that's going to really piss me off. It's like I can hear it and I can actually see it, but I can't think what the film is. But it'll be meaningful. Oh my God, you've no idea how much that's annoying me right now. It'll, oh, it'll come back to me at some point. I don't know when, but I keep going between thinking, is it? It's not a Pretty Woman because it's almost like I can see somebody waving somebody off at the door, and it's like, oh my God, oh my God, I've got chills. I know what it is. Right, this weird channel, and this means something. It's Three Men and a Little Lady, which if you're around all the time, that's my favourite. I mean, they're both my favourites, but that's what it is. Right, that's so meaningful because I've used that in Three Men and a Little Lady. That is, by the way, that is my guides. I mean, whether you see it as my talent or my guides, that is my guides. Really cool way of how they talk to me. Like, because I went from the Pretty Woman instrumental to hearing the instrumental from the bit where Sylvia leaves to go to England. If you've seen Three Men and a Little Lady, if you haven't, you need to watch it. It's amazing. But the dynamic between Peter and Sylvia, again, I didn't see it going this way, but I suppose I should have actually, because Leo Fifth House is creativity, films, you know what I mean? It's how they use my creativity and channeling. Um, that whole dynamic between them is very twin flames because, and I've spoke about this before loads, but you know, I can see why that was my favourite when I was like a really wee girl because I just seemed to get it somehow. I seemed to get that the guy was in love. And again, it's got to be my Scorpio rising, my Pluto conjunct my Scorpio rising. I just seemed to understand that the guy was in love with her, but he wasn't doing anything about it, and it was because of his own stuff. Like I just could tell that they both were in love with each other, and it was like, it was just passing ships in the night, or sorry, I'm mind blown at that. That would have really annoyed me if I hadn't got that. But yeah, it's that is a sad scene, like helped by the music, because it's like they're leaving, she's leaving with the wee girl, and it's also there's something here about pride and ego, because they've had an argument, because it's basically, if you haven't seen it, but like I said, you really just need to watch it too. They have an argument, but really what's behind the argument is the sexual tension, and because they're in love with each other, because she's like, she wanted, oh God, this is bringing in marriage and proposals and stuff again, because basically she wanted him to say that he wanted to be with her, and basically he didn't, like he bottled it and didn't do it. And so when the horrible guy proposes, she basically says, yeah. I mean, I would advise that either people out there, but she, and so basically she's annoyed at him, and then but it's because there's a bit in it when it's like she's like, "You are a selfish bastard," in that accent, and then she slaps him as well. We don't condone violence out here, but and they always mute it whenever like Channel 5 or that are playing it. It's like they mute the Sweden bits in the film, and it doesn't have the same effect. But yeah, it's like basically so when she's leaving to go to England, he hasn't said sorry yet, and it's quite a sad scene because it's like she's saying bye to the other ones emotionally, and it's like they two don't say bye to each other. So this could have some kind of meaning for whoever this is going to mean something to too. And look at the fucking weird way I came to it. So fucking better mean something to someone. Um, and then anyway, it's all good because he eventually is like, "What the fuck am I doing? I love her." And then he goes to, he travels to England, and he goes to apologize basically because she's getting married. You know what I mean? But then the really exciting bit comes when he like bursts in and stops the wedding. God, this is all very Leo full moon, isn't it? Again, and it's one of the things you think, does that ever happen? Where somebody actually is like, if you know of any reason why these two should not be wed, and yeah, I know, he doesn't love her, he loves that one. I don't know what I'm channeling, but it's coming through. Right, okay, so Divine Feminine. Watch how it's going to fit with what I've said. Faithfulness, fidelity builds strong relationships. So the divine feminine wave that I'm picking up on are only interested in that. Whether you're male or female, you're only interested in faithful relationships. You don't want none of this karmic. Are they out cheating on me? I know they said they were going on a night out, but does that mean I'm going on a night out and what goes on in a night out stays on a night out? What goes on lads on tour stays on lads on tour. You know what I mean? That's Divine Feminine's not about that. You can forgive people's past if that's what they've been about in the past, but Divine Feminine doesn't. Divine Feminines don't want none of that shit. Divine Feminines are not the type of women that turn a blind eye. Because let's face it, a lot of women do. And if you're one of those women, I pray that you start to love yourself a bit more, that you would not settle for that, because that's not okay. You deserve more. Right, so that's why I don't understand. Well, I do understand because I help people all the time, but it's kind of crazy when it's like when you've got like really controlling women trying to keep somebody that doesn't want to be there. It's like, why the fuck do you want to be with somebody so much that doesn't want to be with you? I mean, even twin flames, when you know it's like real connect, like real true love and it's meant to be and everything, healed ones anyway. That's why you just let your twin flame, like, you know what I mean? You just let them do what they want to do. Because why, whether the person's telling the truth or not, why the fuck would you want to be with somebody that's saying they don't want to be with you? I don't even care if it's kind of, and I think that's why they gave me that example of Freeman and Little Lady. Like, even though at some point in the film, because that's the point, he's in denial, you see. Peter's in denial most of the, well, some of the film. And it takes the two other guys being like, you're in love with her. You've been in love with her the whole time. And he's like, no, I'm not. You know what I mean? And then he's like, oh yeah, I am. Do you know what I mean? So it could have been like something like that. Um, but that's the point. Like, why? Like, you know what I mean? No. Like, and that's why it's like that's what I get my kill. Like watching Love Island and shit like that is where I see that dynamic play out. But let's face it, we all know this happens in the real world too, where you've got somebody that's like desperately trying to cling on to their man. And it's like you shouldn't be having to hold on to somebody that tight. If somebody's that easily swayed, bye. Do you know what I mean? I want somebody that wants me just as much as I want them. Like, is it too much to ask for devoted love? It seems so in this world. Right, where's the masculine at? I told you it was gonna have. I told you it was. And look what I just said. Although it's not exactly the same, Peter makes a mistake by not going for her when he should have, because she wouldn't have even went away with that other guy if he'd went for her, because she loved him too. She was pissed off because he didn't say. And look, mistakes. We all make mistakes. So that so the feminine's only interested in faithful love. None of this breadcrumbs from either their own divine masculine or any other person that's, interested. It's you just don't basically you just want your divine masculine showing up as their best self. Notice that doesn't mean perfect, because look at what I said. a, a healed divine masculine can have quite a past. They usually do. I know that because I talk to guys all the time through my work that have had quite a past, that they then go through a deliverance with me, usually, or, they go through a kind of connection to God in their own sort of way, whether they call it that, but you know what I mean? And then they'll get sent to me too, and and you can be forgiven for that and, you know, move forward with who you are now. But it's like, yeah, I feel like that's where the divine masculine's at. Must be something about coming out of denial too. Because the whole reason I used to quote Three Men and a Little Lady was specifically there's a card, I haven't used that card deck for ages. And it's because I don't know where all the rest of them are. But there's one card that's got, I can never remember the words, but it's something like, I love you so much and I want us to start all over again. And it reminds me of the speech that he gives at the end, like, of Three Men and a Little Lady. So all this could be relevant. Could you give us something combined energy? So, because I don't want to confuse myself too much. Because again, if people come on and you want a card, then let me know and I'll pull you a card. But this is what I'm going to do just now. And then again, I think I'll do two. I'll do two more waves and then I'll just go. And if people come in, then I'll do you a card, or I might just do, because people aren't here. It's a bit of a shame. I might just do some quick fire cards, and you can let me know the next time I'm live on Tuesday if it was your method. Uh, Burping, clean energy. Um, we've got a feminine that's only interested in healthy. I keep getting the word devoted. Yeah, someone that's devoted to you and only you, and you to them. Equal. Like none of this kind of. Because basically that's when someone's in their ego and it's like, oh, I've got this person and this person wanting me, and it's like, let's face it, you could probably be like, aye, so have I, but I'm not fucking interested in them. I want you. That's a healed divine feminine or divine masculine. Do you know what I mean? It's somebody that's not, you don't need the ego boost from all the other people. You want who you want and they want you. And you're not distracted by the devil, basically, because that's what it is. It's why I'm saying it's quite funny. Like that's why, if I'm honest, like that's why I'm glad that it was the older guy that I get on with really well. That, like you said, that's been years now that I chat away to him, like because it's somebody that I know that's coming, that it's not a stranger. Because sometimes when I get just like random, and again this because this happens with all different kinds of scenarios over the years. Like if it's somebody that I don't know and they're getting sent out, like it's just. Yeah, I've had, do you know what I mean? It's just, I don't, yeah, it just makes me a bit anxious, especially when it's a full moon, especially when it's a full moon in Leo with Venus and Aries, and my Venus and Aries in the house of Leo. I'm just like, oh my God, if I'm being sent somebody I've never met before, the chances are it's going to be some fucking random guy that then starts, do you know what I mean? keep the conversation going long after the work is done. And no, it just stresses me out. It actually makes me angry that I'm not already in a relationship, so that couldn't happen. Do you know what I'm saying? It gets me really fucking angry, actually. If there's anything that gets really angry, it's that. I'm like, I shouldn't be in this situation. But don't worry, whenever that's happened over the years, I can handle it myself. So, because I fucking have to, because that's having your own masculine boundaries. But nah, most of the time it's it's light-hearted, and if anybody has it's flattering, but and respected boundaries. But I just say it does make me a bit nervous sometimes when that stuff happens. But anyway, it didn't happen tonight, so that's fine. So, um, stability. Set a solid foundation. Yeah, it goes all over the place, but it makes sense. I feel I'm picking on that wave. I feel the feminine wants the feminine doesn't care what the masculines have done in the past, as long as you clear the air, you have an honest conversation, you clear it, the past is the past, you move forward and set a solid foundation, whether that is a friendship that then you build upon to a romantic thing, or you go, full steam ahead, we're in a relationship, blah, 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 you decide. But that's what I feel. So that's the first wave. That feels like twins that are close to a union. That's kind of like what I was saying, wasn't it? Look, because that you blah blah blah, whatever the next step is, engagement. Your love life is soon ascending to a higher level of commitment. So for some people that's literal. For others, you're about to be in a union. So you take that. But that was fascinating how that came through. Open yourself to others. This is how you will create new friendships and attract a love relationship. Yeah, for others, it's not that because it's just it's maybe not. That's not the next step. But right, will we get a message card? Silence. But right now there might be silence. And again, look, I think that's to do with mistakes. Because this is I don't know if you can see that. Look, there's a surprise coming. Yeah. Oh wow. It's surprise engagement. Well, it's not a surprise for some people if that, but again, let me know because that's always bound to happen on Valentine's, at least to some people. But yes, again, like just it's it's Venus retrograde, so I've said what I've got to say about that. So it's again, I must stress, like, look, if some people are doing that out there, it's all it is that like it's fine if you'd already decided that prior to it going retrograde, and it isn't retrograde yet. It's retrograde at the start of March, but it's just you still need to take it slow. But yeah, that's good. That's pretty clear, right? So. But for most people, like, look, this guy, even because I feel that's just ascending to the next level. So if you've not been talking, the next level is talk. But for some people, you have been talking, you've been connecting, and for some people, that's the next step. I'm sorry for my silence. I just needed a break, and now I don't know how to reach out to you again. I'm afraid you won't let me back. I know it's been a long time since we haven't spoke. That doesn't even make sense, but it's the word. But trust me, my love, I missed you so much during this time, and I'm finding my way back to you soon. So it's a guy with hoodie up, worried. So I feel this is about a lot of masculines that took time to go inwards to heal, and now they really don't know how to reach out. There's a card that says that in this deck that actually leapt out a couple of times before doing this. Let's make sure they're yeah. Look there at it. Oh my god, because it's still sitting there. I want to reach out, but I don't know how. So that is a strong message. Itchy nose. God, really itchy. What else have we got here? I ran, yeah. Look, that's a whoa! Oh my God, full moon wowzers. I realised all the mistakes I've made. I ran because I wasn't ready for you. Wow. I've been working on myself. So, like I said, that is twins that are about to be in a union. For some, that's really quite literal, but for a lot, it's reunion. And yeah, this person just wasn't ready for it, but they've been working on themselves and they've been reflecting on things they're not proud of, as I'm sure you have. And well, there's some quite exciting connections coming there, I think. I fantasize about you. Yeah, they've been manifesting you, and I'm realizing I know I've blocked our union. I know I'm really blocking myself. That's why. There you go. That's answering why they got me to. Okay, that's fascinating the way they done that. Um, That's again, that's when when they make me do things like that, I'm like, who else do you know on YouTube? Yes, people channel songs all the time, but I got that from an instrumental. Again, I've said this before, but who knew being obsessed with watching the same films from childhood over and over and over and over again that that would become a creative talent? Blows my mind every time, guys. It blows my mind. But that's like the scene from Peter. I know I've blocked our union. I know I'm really blocking myself. He was in denial. He didn't. He was saying when they were saying you're in love with her, he was saying he wasn't, but he actually was. He just was afraid of getting into something else because he'd been married before and it hadn't worked out. That could be I think that's a message. I feel that's a message for some as well. That whether someone was married or not, it's like someone's been in something that didn't work out before. So they like shut off that side of themselves. That's very common. Oh my God. Guys, what the fuck? Right, I just like to stress. I'm mind blown. I've filmed the shorts for the next 2 weeks, and they're the ones through Valentine's are like off the scale real filming. Like I pulled True Love for Friday, but um, yeah, the ones about engagement and marriage can mean just there's unions, but that's like I said, that's exciting in itself that you're going to be reconnecting with this person. But we've just had surprise engagement, and now we've got marriage. Side note, that can also be karmic marriages breaking down. Didn't want to, pop the balloon there, but a marriage of two souls is a union of two divine counterparts blending together. There we go. So I've not got the deck that's got the soul merger. Sorry, my nose is really itchy. I feel the love ones and spirit are really coming in strong. It's the wording on that card is like what I said about why I felt sick last night. Let's ignore the marriage bit. A union of two divine counterparts blending together. So if a lot of you are experiencing this sick feeling, it's because the energies are merging. It's like we said what we said, bitch. Just shuffled and it came out again. Wow. Wow. Just wow. Right, let's now do just because I'm curious, this deck's got ones like that. Now, this has got ones that are not so good. Is there anything else you want to give us just to clarify? Doorway, yeah. There's doorways opening. I feel this is like I said, whether this is reconnecting, striking up a friendship and seeing where it goes, getting to know someone again, or whether you're a bit deeper into this and it's, stronger commitments. An opportunity is about to present itself that leads you to a new person. And like I said, for a lot of people, the new person is somebody from your past. Um, be wary of possessive partners, maintain your individuality. And again, I feel that's because of what I just said. A lot of the very masculines have not wanted to get into um, like serious connections because of being with people previously that were very controlling. And when I say previously, some people could still be with them. It really just depends on who's resonating. But I feel for this wave I'm picking up on, there might be a few select people that that is the case, even though they're about to be in a union. Like that can happen. Um, but for a vast majority, it's like somebody didn't want to lose their freedom, which is ironic because twin flames are all about freedom. I can't, guys. What the fuck? This is sorry. This happens every Valentine's, but this has got to be the most exciting. Like, look at the fucking picture. He's proposing. Romantic surprises are on the horizon. Be open to them. So, like I said, I'm just getting high on the energy that I'm feeling from this because, like I said on the shorts, I've had so many Valentines come and go with no Valentine's card, no Valentine's surprise of any kind. And like I said, just the presence of somebody actually being in your life would be a fucking surprise. So let alone anything else. But wait a minute. We need that for the thumbnail. This is giving Leo full moon. It just happens to be that Leo full moon. Wait a minute, wait. If I could just Yeah, so that's come out in quite a few. Trust. Guard your heart. Not everyone deserves your trust. But again, I feel some of you are just, you know what I mean? It's like you've been too hurt that you're like, yeah, I don't know, whatever that means. Right, okay, so let's do two more waves, and I'm going, for some reason, I'm not meant to be doing people's cards tonight. I'll trust it. I think it is to do with the subtle energies that are going on right now, because I'm a channel for things. It's like something like that. Right, give me one for this another wave, a different wave. But I think it might just be all this too good to be true shit. So we're here for it. We're here for it. Live through other people until it happens to you. Um, the feminine, if it ever does. But it will, guys. Believe in love. Believe in true love. Right. The feminine. Oh, we've got two cards. What? Arrival ahead. Love may be just around the corner. Focus on what's in front, ahead. That is weird wording. Holy shit, that's very specific. So, Divine Feminines, love may be just around the corner. Just focus on what's in front of you right now. Be grateful. Wow, that's amazing. That could still fit with the wave before. Where's the masculine at? Are you ready? Are you ready for love? Yes, that because they're about to admit, I'm sorry, but that is still channeling Three Men and the Little Lady. Like what I just said. Peter was claiming he wasn't in love with her, they all knew he was, and then he admitted it. It's okay to admit errors and put things right. There's a real theme of admitting mistakes here. What's the joint energy? Affection. Showing affection creates a loving bond, yeah. I feel there's definitely, this is picking up on reunion energy too. Are all the twin flames reconnecting right now? I don't know. This is just like, this is pretty, wow, this is pretty wowzers. Rekindle. An old flame returns. That's like what I said before. What have we got for this wave? Dreams come true. Fuck, what is this shit? We're not in Pisces season yet. Have faith, your rainbow will come smiling through. That's when your dreams will all come true. S Club 7. Rendezvous, a private getaway for two is calling you. Oh, that's some dirty Valentine's weekends. Sorry, romantic Valentine's weekends. Um, love language affirmations. Loving words hold great power. Yeah, again, union energy too. Could we get another? Again, remember this can happen whenever, but I clearly am tuning into the chosen Valentine's people. I don't know. Right path. Love is beautiful. Love is a beautiful journey, and you're on the right path. Yeah, focus on where you are right now, and be grateful because love is around the corner. So that's for that wave. I would say, yeah, just cherish your alone time. So if you're alone this Valentine's, just cherish it because you're not going to be very much longer. I would say spend some time alone. It will help you gain clarity on your relationship. Unless it's healing from codependency, and there could be a bit more, you need to basically you need to do that, and it's realistically going to be, yeah. Some of you do need to do that because I've just pulled the X. That came out in the shorts. It might not be, you might not see it for a week or something. Healing from the past heartbreak takes time. Be patient with yourself. Yeah, spend that time alone, heal from it, then seek an adventure together. It adds excitement to your journey. You're not going to be ready for the excitement with your twin flame if you're still healing from an ex. It seems pretty fucking straightforward, doesn't it? And like I've said before, you can't hide that from someone, and especially not a twin flame. Your twin flame would feel it. So, and divine masculines know that. So that is why a lot of divine masculines will go into healing to hide and heal. Hide and heal, basically, and hermit. Um, Sleepless, but they can't sleep either because they're thinking about you. Anxiety keeps me awake at night. My life has changed since I met you. I'm trying to figure out what this all means. I don't want to lose you. The thought of you not being with you really keeps me up at night. And I regret. That feels like all the songs that came on today, actually, and like last night. My intention was not to hurt you. I'm so ashamed and embarrassed. I can't bear to look you in the eyes and tell you everything. I can't stand the thought of making you cry. Just let me build up the courage to confront us. Oh, Christ, that's quite hard hitting. So Yeah, again, there's a lot in that card. And so again, like you said, that this second wave I'm picking up on is quite interesting. I feel there could be reunions around the corner, but I feel that these conversations are going to be quite emotional because it's like the decisions and the actions and the words and whatever that someone's taken in that spiritually asleep state have caused a lot of damage to you and them, is the way I would word it. But I often fantasize about you, I daydream about you every day, I can't get you off my mind. And earlier I heard, get out of my head. Wait a minute, I was going to sing Disciples there, but it's not that. It was get out of my head. It's a dance song. It's just basically like someone's in your head. And I thought, oh, that's funny. That's like twin flame union. Basically, like, you know what I mean? You just always feel this person's energy. Just basically twin flames in general. Get off my head. You know what I mean? It's like in a way, it's true. You are in there. Do you know what I mean? You're fucking in each other's energy. But if this is supposed to actually having a conversation, it's like scarily so. Like more for the masculine, because it'll be weird for some of the people that weren't as in tune with that. It'll be I think it'd be quite fun for them too, actually. But like, you know what I mean? It's amongst the pain, but follow your bliss. I feel good. This one came out in the shorts. I feel good when I know you're happy. Do something that you enjoy today. Feelings of joy and hope will bring us closer. Our journey will put you easier. So again, that's the same message as what I've said with other cards. Focus on the here and now. Some of you are needing to heal the codependency. There's a codependency card in this. Some of you are needing to heal from an ex. I don't really like that term, the ex, but yeah, someone needs to heal from someone they were with before. In some cases, you may be still in a codependent dynamic that you need to get out of. So you'll know. But what's for that second wave moment? That yeah, like I did say that because they're just speaking through me. That is my card about there's going to be a conversation. So that looks like two people talking over a coffee. Think of a special moment that brought you much joy with your partner. But like I say, I never like the words on that card. I might just fucking scribble out and write something myself. But it's about the picture there. There's going to be I'd say an emotional conversation coming up here. Again, and Mercury's about going to Pisces on actual Valentine's. Um, admire. But look, there you go as well. Pinky promise could be something there, or like, you know, an anchor. We've got anchor tattoos, or you might have matching tattoos. It's time to think of everything that you admire in your partner. Yeah, look, that's definitely like I said. I think that's intense reunions and intense twin flame unions, but and also I'm really wanting to burp really loudly. The energy. Oh my god, that mic better be working. I never done the mic check. That'd be hilarious. Oh, we both know. That's the song from wait a minute, let me check. Oh shit, is that this one or is that the old one? Nah, that's the one from before. Oh no, it is. Phew. Oh god. Sorry. I've just saw oh I've just saw somebody's thumbnail and I've said before that person yes. We channel very similarly. We channel very similarly. Similar. We channel in a similar way because we actually have the same birthday, is what I've noticed. But anyway, so if you know, you know if you've heard me say that before, but that's it's kind of like she's picked up on the same energy as me. So again, we're being used as divine channels. But again, and I personally, you know, I keep things anonymous, but it's kind of like that is a massive channel. So a lot of yous will so you'll know right away because it's Wasn't so much in this one, but in the other one I did mention basically secrets. There, I'd picked up on secrets in the other one. Actually, so before her. But again, it's like, but yeah, no, there's a point to that actually, because how many that person's got over 100,000 followers, and I actually found her at 10,000, which is still a fucking shitload. Um, but it just kind of shows you that it doesn't matter that I'm like 1,000. I actually got the same message and I actually got it before that person. And there's another channel that's got over 600,000 people, and I get the message before she does all the time, because sometimes I get it 2 weeks in advance. But in this case, that was just a couple hours before. Um, but yeah, actually, shit, I have channeled it in this. What I was just picking up on, the energy of like regret, and I think I did say embarrassed and ashamed. It's basically like there is an energy. That's I've already channeled it. There's something here, like there's some kind of secret, or somebody's lied about something, and it's the full moon and Leo's exposing it, because that's what a full moon does. It brings something out into the light. So that's why I say to people, there's no point in lying. It will always come to the surface. But it's so if you are a masculine, male or female, and that's you're sitting in that, just take on board all these cards, the messages, because I'm just the mouthpiece for the message coming through. Um, People make mistakes, but mistakes make people, and it's just kind of like it's people do make bad decisions in an unawakened state, and it's just all part of the journey, and it's just it all ends up making sense. And I really can't say any more than that, because in everyone's personal twin flame journeys, I would know, because I talk to twin flames like every weekday of my work. Uh, there are, yeah, there is some really heavy situations that go down, and it's not a case of like, oh hey, how are you? I know it's been ages. I've been thinking about like you know what I mean. It's there's serious conversations that you need to have before the sort of fun bit. So it's intense. Yeah, the intensity of true soul connections include great highs and great lows. I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying right now. So wow, yeah, and that's quite interesting that I just looked at to see that thumbnail right as I'm doing this, because that never happens. Because again, I wouldn't. It's just, but it was too in my face. They made me see that. So this is relevant to this wave I'm picking up on. Um, what does the masculine want to say? I just want to see if a card comes out that says, so if something comes out about something similar to that, like lying about feelings or denial or something like that. The distance between us kills me. Kinda. I let people manipulate me into ghosting you. So although it's not exactly what I was saying, it's like, again, in an unawakened state, this person couldn't see what the people around them were egging on, encouraging. And again, that depending on how deep that goes, that could like, okay, sorry, can I just say, for those of you that lurk on here that watch Love Island, that I said it today in the video earlier actually. Shit, my head's on fire. That term, it's not that deep, is so fucking toxic. It really gets on my tits. Especially the one I watched last night. The girl was shaking. She was almost, you could see she knew she was wrong and she was angry. But it was like, and again, the thing is, I'll be fair, I don't really like that Casey guy. I definitely don't find him good looking. But that's not a crime. Do you know what I mean? He's not my type, put it that way. He's just not my type. Um, but he seems to be, but other people really seem to like him. But anyway, the point is, he had a point, and it was like, and also he's actually that's this is so weird. I never saw it going that way. They're making me say that because when I've watched that two other times before, because again, he's like fucking, they keeps getting accused of being clout hungry. Well, I'm sorry, mate, it's the third time on it. I can kind of see where they're coming from. But actually, I'd say it's third time lucky, because it seems kind of genuine with this Gabby, and I hope it is because I really like her. But anyway, time will tell. But the point is he seems like he has changed, and he did either way. So that feels like it fits with what's come through too about people make mistakes. Like basically, he did like I think he was a boy about town, but I think he was putting it about like big time from the wee bits and pieces that other people have said. You know what I mean? And this is reality TV, but it's just anyway. So, but he's clearly sort of calmed down a bit, and then so whether that's like the one or whatever, you know what I mean? But it seems like he's changed. He's a bit of a nicer person, is what I'm saying. Like it doesn't really matter about how many birds he was getting on. That's not what I'm. It was the fact that he was actually coming across very narcissistic in the previous seasons that I've seen, like just not likable. Like I didn't get it. I didn't get why people like that. I thought there's nothing attractive about this guy as a friend or a lover. You know what I mean? Like, and it's kind of like what I've said before, and I said it in the video earlier. It doesn't matter how good looking somebody is. They actually, male or female, they actually begin to look ugly, to me anyway, when someone's acting like that. So, that guy's redeemed themselves. So I think there's something here about people redeeming themselves. What does this say? But yeah, I didn't like when she was saying it's not that deep because it's like what I said the other day. You don't get to tell somebody it's not that deep. You shouldn't say to somebody you don't know how deep it was for them. How deep is your love? But it's like that's somebody's feelings. That's really horrible. It's a really toxic term. It's not cool. It's not fashionable. Just as like guys, they need to send me in as a shamanic spiritual counselor. I'll be like, listen, guys, I've been watching for 10 years. This is not good. Like, fuck off. Anyway, but what I'm saying is it's like, if this is real, because we do know this is entertainment too, it's like staged, you know what I mean? But it looks real to me. It's the same with the Ronnie guy, actually. He just looked like a, sorry, excuse my language, but he just looked like a fucking shagger. Like he was just in for a fucking holiday and, kissing fucking everybody that came his way, basically. But now he seems like he's changed. The problem is, I can't really make up my mind whether I like her or not. Even I like, you know what I mean? They're all nice people, but it's kind of like, I think she's got the potential to break his heart, actually, which might be a bit of karma, but anyway, I don't know. But I hope they work out, but you know what I'm saying. I think everybody can go see that. But they might actually win, to be honest. From what the public were voting, they might win. I wouldn't have a lot of problem with that. I do. I like him more than I like her. But yeah, because right enough, because she's the one that was doing that. She was the one that was saying it's not that deep. And what I'm noticing is her, it's not a coincidence, it's her and the Grace one, which again, Grace can seem very nice at some points. And like, it's not about being good and bad, it's about people's shadows and how much they've healed it. That basically, because I noticed in last night's one, that's what it was. Everyone was getting on her because she told somebody to shut your fucking mouth. And then she denied it. So she told Casey, shut your fucking mouth in a game. And then when people are like, "You said shut your fucking mouth," she was like, "I never said that. It's on the tape." Like even the voiceover hilarious guy showed it, and it was like she did say shut your fucking mouth. Again, I'm sorry, but saying something like that where I live could get you in big trouble. That's you don't tell somebody to shut their fucking mouth. That's like that's not okay. Um, and and it just reminded me of what I said about the last time it when in that game when her best friend because they're best friends they've known each other like 5 minutes but they're best friends. We've all been in that stage of our life, guys. But she was the one that was saying just shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. So she kept quiet last night because although she saw that her friend was wrong, she didn't really have a leg to stand on because she was saying 2 minutes ago telling her boyfriend or whatever, the one she's getting to know, just shut the fuck up repeatedly. Then she told another poor guy that was getting involved, shut the fuck up. Again, sorry, but if this is you, fucking check yourself before you wreck yourself, because it's not nice to speak to people like that and just treat people like that, especially people that you're in a relationship with or your friends. And also it made me cringe because she doesn't even really know the other guy that well. And like I said in another video, they both looked like two hurt little boys, and that was their inner child. Like that is, and again, you might think Claire it's not that deep, but that's what I saw. It wasn't nice. You shouldn't speak to people like that. I know nobody's perfect, and you get in arguments and that, but I certainly know for myself. Whenever I've ever argued with like that before with a friend or a guy actually, or anyone, family, you feel like shit. Nobody, I don't believe people walk away from that feeling good. You feel horrible. Um, but anyway, so you think if you think that's got nothing to do with it, it has. It will come into all this somewhere. But I feel somebody the people around somebody had a really bad influence on them and they're understanding that now. I'm facing my truths and going within to become a better person. Yeah, I know I have a purpose here and I want to be able to work on that. This is somebody that can see that they acted like a fucking wanker. Like somebody that's like, look at my face, like that's not attractive. Like if you go around speaking to people like that, you're not going to attract. Well, you might attract people, especially if you're good looking, but you're going to be ending up getting very hurt because you're going to. I'm horny, but look at what I'm saying. That's this. I know what they're saying, right? Side note, that is divine masculines that are feeling that for their divine feminines, right? But that is also talking about if you're a divine masculine, male or female. By the way, thank you whoever's hit the hearts because they must have paid attention when I said that before. That you can see it just keep it coming, guys. Keep it coming. It keeps it rolling in. It keeps it rolling in. I get it. You don't want to talk, but you want to get involved. Love it. But basically, I can't not acknowledge that. Look, it's still coming. Somebody's still finding them. Feeling the love. This is like if you follow the lust and you know, I'm feeling horny, I'm going to do something about it, they'll do. Or they're looking hot. Again, it's basically the Love Island world that we live in. They're my type. That's the thing I don't get either. They're my type. Listen, I've got a fucking type too, whether it's a twin flame or not. My friends would tell you I've got a type. They do always seem to have dark hair and dark sometimes dark hair, blue eyes, but mostly dark hair. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've got a type. I just have, right? Does that mean that everybody that ticks my box of being a type? No, because I'm not a good example because I'm a twin flame and I've been weirdly devoted to a guy that's doing fuck knows what out there and whatever. But do you know what I'm saying? Sorry. Hopefully you can take a joke or I'm never going to see him again. But it's kind of like, um, but do you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like when you just go for somebody that's like your typical type or you fancy them, you can on Love Island's a good example. You can see like that's what I love about like honestly, I do just genuinely love Love Island, which is going to be on in 2 minutes. But it's kind of like um I'm not necessarily going in 2 minutes, by the way. It's just it's basically I might though, because it just depends. It's what I notice every year. Actually, I'll tell you what I noticed. I was watching last night when I wasn't feeling well, right? I was watching uh it's like basically it's a channel where it's old Love Island seasons, right? And it must have just been, I think, it feels like this was years ago, but I don't know if it was just last year's or 2 years ago, but whenever it was, right, it was the one with the same girl that's just been kicked out, the Sammy one. Um, who, like I said, she's just, I don't bat for that team, but she is gorgeous. Like tanned, brown hair, brown eyes, and also she seems very confident. And she just all round doesn't seem too annoying. I mean, sure, she says all the fucking annoying terms that they all do, but I just think yeah, comes across as a really nice person, but not bullshitting either. I think she'd tell you, you know, again, I don't know why she gives me Aries, but I know, I mean, but she does just seem like an Aries. I think I did actually try to look up what her star sign was, and I couldn't find it. But anyway, the point is, she was on with Tom. Now, sorry guys, but Tom's fucking hot. Google Tom. But anyway, Tom, and I think what's he got? I think he's brown hair, and I think he's got blue eyes. But anyway, the point is, two extremely like very good looking people, right? Beauties and I, but very good looking people and they didn't win. But actually, he now, unless he's not going out with that girl now, he then went on the All Stars one the last time. Oh, I might be getting this all confused. But basically, whatever it won where nobody knew who he was yet, that season, he got together with that Sammy girl that was just put in the one that's on now. And they ended up leaving together. Again, very good look. I don't know how long they were out for, but they ended up splitting up. It wasn't very long after, right? Because again, the point is, two really good looking people, but was there a lot of chemistry? Was it genuine? Fizzled out? No. Fucking go their separate ways. You know what happens in life too. But it would be quite sad if he's not. But then he got together with the blonde girl, the Molly. Um, I don't know, and the one that wasn't too long ago, fuck knows when that was. Maybe that was a year ago. And actually, they're not only both really good looking, they're actually really nice people too. So I hope they're still together. I've no fucking idea. But a good example of that would be she was previously with a Callum guy who weirdly looks like the Scott guy that just left. They look very similar. They really do. It's like the Love Island pick people and they pick people that is it kind of creeps me out how they do that. But they didn't work out. Again, two extremely good looking people, but it's like, who cares? Like I used to, when I was still on Instagram, I remember I used to, and that's not been for years now. I remember I used to see their posts and think they look the part, but they're the kind of couple that I could imagine like behind closed doors. I wouldn't say can't stand each other, but they've not really like they're a bit bored of each other. So I might be channeling something there too. But when I'm with you, I can't think straight. I act weird and crazy because I want you so bad. You're just so gorgeous to me. So, and I'm scared you will reject me. Oh, that makes sense. So again, this is like, that's given a different spin on it, that this person doesn't stay away because they're not attracted to you. Actually, it's easier to get with somebody else because they don't drive them that crazy. Whether that's a compliment or not, guys, you can decide. I can't make my mind up either. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's bittersweet, isn't it? That's bittersweet. It's like, all right, great, yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Um, you're so loved so much, and I can't wait to show you guys. We've got the one about being horny. We've got. I can't wait to show you. Anytime you need me, I'm here. Well, I'd say there's stuff going on for that second wave too. Separation's so hard, but it's making us stronger for union. We're invincible and unstoppable together. Yeah, in that second wave that I've just picked up on, there's a lot going on. But again, I want to do the third wave now because, and again, I just decided to do 3 waves. So, you know, you can decide if any of these feel like the wave you're in. I'm just coming in, delivering the message in the wave I came in on. Right. So, and in the middle of all of this, the guys come to fix the boiler, and then I've come on for take 2. I mean, fuck, I'm a trooper. Right. So, the heat returned though. So you were in hot water for a while. The heat went away. Hello, how are you doing? We've got heal, revitalize your heart. So the divine feminine is in a place of healing and revitalizing your heart. The masculine has their free will. Yeah. The path you take is up to you. It makes sense. The masculine doesn't need to choose the feminine. And this makes sense because it feels like this might be a wave where, you're in a separation, the masculine's like, spiritually asleep. But it's about, the masculine. Again, like I've said before, I don't really believe there is free will on the twin flame journey. Depends on the way you look at it. It might seem like it that there is, but the masculine can only stay away for so long if it's a true twin flame journey because they're magnetized back to their true feminine because that energy is within them. Fidelity builds strong relationships, faithfulness. See how that fits though? They don't have to choose the feminine, but they will be led to. Only cards for twin flame in general. Just open YouTube. Well, I think you would like this deck, Maya. It's I don't know if you've seen this deck before. I'll show you one of them, right? I'm going to trust my intuition. If you want me to pull about twin flames, I can. But um like I don't want to give you this card because it's a sad card. But look, I think this is for everyone else. I actually think this is the wave that I'm finishing. Look, 3 swords. So it's a woman crying. That's the heartbreak card. But basically, these cards are beautiful. Do you want me to pull you one of them? And we'll see what comes up. And then I'll read it and it'll probably make sense for others. But in general, nah, I don't always read about, depends which way you see about it. Like I read about twin flames, but it's not always the love. Like I help people with their gifts and their creativity and everything. So, right, I'm just actually going to finish this last wave though. So give me one from the feminine for this third wave I'm picking up on, and then I will do some personal cards for you, Maya, and then anyone else that wants some, and then I'm going to go. So let's see. What have we got for the feminines? Don't worry about the past, it's a fresh start for us, says the feminine. I can feel you thinking about me. And the masculine. And you know, the whole time I've been doing this, it feels like now I usually say a bit of bread stuck in my throat, which is my sign for somebody that wants to talk but they can't. But it actually feels like a bit of apple. So that's more quite extreme, isn't it? It feels like I've got a bit of apple stuck in my throat. So interpret that how you want. But it's like somebody wants to talk, but something's not letting them come forward. Um, which actually, in some cases, side note, could be like a spell or something someone's put on them, you know, or like someone's been manipulated. Because a spell is just the same as gaslight and manipulation, toxic people around you. So, um, open yourself to others. This is how you'll create new friendships and attract a love relationship. But I feel what they're saying is the masculines in this wave I'm picking up on just don't know how to, they don't know how to express themselves. Past lives, you've known this person before. It's a soulmate from a past lifetime and divine timing. Be patient while things are unfolding. This connection's worth the wait. And that's really beautiful because, like I said, I did feel I was going to be picking up on with this particular wave. Like it's, you know, it's not quite time. I mean, that can be all of it. Well, no, if you watch the other ones, there's definitely things happening sooner with that first one. Very soon, I would say. That's there's some Valentine stuff with that one. The second one, bit of both, and this one's like more people that are, you know, you're aware, maybe newer to the journey that it's there's healing to do there. You don't need to be new. Oh, well though, we've got marriage again. So this is what they're saying. Even for you, you might feel, I feel like I'm talking to somebody right now, you feel like this is a lifetime away. But it's not, because we've got marriage. A marriage of souls is a union of two divine counterparts blending together. Be open to accept divine guidance in your relationships. If you're open to listening to twin flame elders like myself, or and I don't need to be literally older than you. I've got people that are a lot older than me. It's about the soul, you know, the age of the soul. It's if you're able to take on board what other people with more experience have are delivering, you know, and maybe there's stuff to do with money coming in there too. Yeah, you'll be able to look, you'll express your love, go ahead and make a romantic gesture. Like it'll things will come into place. Guilt. But I feel look, guilt. Don't let guilt get in the way of happiness. For some reason, I feel like although I'm saying that's three separate waves, for some people that could all make sense, like all together. So if that's meant to make sense to you, you'll know what I mean. But I do think there's a whole load of masculines that are letting guilt stop them from having a conversation. That's what this bit of apple is. It's like, I've not eaten apple a day, by the way. I did eat a handful of nuts before I. Don't worry, I'm not going to choke live on the live stream. That really would be Leo full moon. Honestly, it's really, it's not that. It's my sign. That's what happens. Um, Relax, find the joy in the simple pleasures of just being together. Yeah, I feel that's what they're saying. It's like this will come together in divine time, and it's about just there's something about wait a minute, I'm picking on a masculine that's really nervous, and it's like you need to just get used to being in each other's company again, or being in each other's company like that. So I feel this might be somebody that you didn't spend a lot of time like intimately, and that's got nothing to do with sex. You could have had a lot of sex. That's your business. Again, Leo is sex. That's probably why it's coming in. But what I'm saying is, it's like you didn't just hang out with them like at a random time of the day. You maybe didn't hang out with them sober. I don't know, but it's kind of like emotional baggage can weigh down relationships. Unpack it, yeah. And it's like so. There's a bit. That's basically that wave is you've got work to do. And this could be, I think this might be taking it slow, cultivating some kind of friendship, being used to being in this person's company. But also, someone's got to unpack some baggage from the past that maybe you haven't. But yeah, look, then you get to be your twin flame. So even that group that have got a lot to do, twin flame, trust the magnetic pull of your twin flame. It will guide you towards them. Wait a minute. I think I already got a thumbnail of it. Eventually, true twin flames, you will all be guided back to one another. So just relax, because it's on the back again. Find joy, the simple pleasures of just being together. Right, okay, so I think I was singing that there because I'm about to go into your message, Maya. That's quite funny. Right, so what have we got for the beautiful Maya Rose, who's a beautiful singer, healing singer, Lemurian vibes. Right, what have we got? Oh, we've got the Empress. To be fair, Maya, it's the Empress in reverse. So I'm going to, this book actually, and I do want to read this one from the book, but intuitively I'll read it first. Um, of course you are the Empress. You are the Empress, right? You just are. You are the divine feminine. You are the Empress. But in reverse, I feel that this is about like, really making sure that you're carving out some time this week, if you haven't already, for you, like to really nurture yourself. It kind of maybe fits in with what I'm saying about Valentine's, but this goes all the time. Like, if there's nobody there to treat you right, like, spoil you romantically, like, spoil yourself. Like, whether that's like, pouring a nice bath. I mean, I do that every day, sometimes twice a day. That's why I was fucking raging my hot water was off. But I'm not going to do it tonight because I already did a bath earlier. I'm just going to kick back and watch Love Island. But I actually need to eat something too, actually. Um, but you know what I'm saying? It's like I feel whatever nurturing yourself looks like to you, I feel like your guys are really wanting you to just, you know, spoil yourself, spend a bit of time treating yourself. But yeah, I'll just show you the card there because I love these cards are really beautiful. That's not one of the ones that's really unusual looking, but some of them are really, I don't know. They're not like the typical picture for the tarot. Wait a minute. You see that? So it's like an older nurturing woman, be like a grandchild and behind her, and then another one in front, and then I don't know if that's meant to be her son or something. Um, I know you've got, I know you've got one son. Have you maybe got no? You got two sons. Um, but what have we got in the back here? And then we've got the Page of Wands, where it's like there's a wee boy running with a torch. I just wanted to look on the bottom. Right, so I'm going to read this Empress card. So take note, everybody, because the Empress is divine feminine energy too. So there's something really coming in about divine feminine. Um, right. And then if nobody else is wanting a card, yeah, you've got two. I thought you had two. I'm going to get off. So, oh, look, that's nice. This Empress card says lots of love. So, nurture, nature, grow, mother, abundance, passion, harmony, stability, fertility, care, create. And it's Venus, Demeter, Earth, and Libra. So, a full-figured blonde woman welcomes an embrace with arms outstretched. Like the Rider-Waite Empress, her garment has a fruit print. Oh, and I've been saying apple, that's hilarious. Um, one here's close, yes, and the other one lives away. Um, indicating luscious ripeness, with the green background signifying fug- fecundity? Guys, I don't know how to say that. Fecundity. Christ knows. Um, in her softly curling hair, there are white flower clips to represent nature's goodness. Unlike the classic seated empress, this woman stands in an attractive kitchen, decorated in soft shades that reflect her gentle femininity. Around her are family, the chuckling baby in the high chair, the happy husband. Oh, my bad. I knew that was going to happen. I knew when I said it. I'm fucking saying it's her son, it's her fucking husband. Right, guys, there might be an age gap going on. There might be because this is Maya's card, but this can make sense to lots of other people. That's hilarious. But yeah, it does. Like, look, she looks older than her. I don't care what anyone says. I thought that that was meant to be a granny, and then that's her son. That doesn't look like they're. That doesn't. Am I? That's how I'm seeing it. God, that's hilarious. Yeah, where is he? Where's yours, you mean? Where is he? Where fucking I hear your head. Where is he? Fucking we don't need to find a fucking husband. We just need the bit before that. Jesus Christ, you know what I mean? That's so funny. And my daughter's, oh, your daughter's birthday's the 14th of February. Oh, happy birthday to your daughter. Oh, that's lovely. God damn, sorry, that's cracking me up. I'm sorry, I'm not going to read that that's her husband. I think that's her son. That's not, that's, so, so that's meant to be, that, I suppose that makes more sense. That's meant to be her kids. I don't know. I don't know. Is there an older mother? Is there an older mother in this? Fuck's sake, guys, if I had kids, I'd be classed as an older mother too. I'm just saying she looks like a very moving on. Right, so um oh that's funny. So around her are family, the chuckling baby in the high chair, the happy husband, the young daughter reaching for her mummy. Yeah. Oh shit. Well the card's calling me. Oh, fine. And the faithful dog who gazes up adoringly. Above her flies a tiny fairy offering blessings. Around the kitchen are signs of abundance, which is the main point of this. The Empress is abundant. And because, to be exact about this, because I pulled this for Maya in reverse, they want you to treat yourself a little bit better. So if you've been seeing to other people this week, make sure that you pour back into you. Um, Around the kitchen are signs of abundance. A homemade cake sits on a stand next to a pink teapot with a heart design. Fruit fills a bowl and red roses overspill a vase. It could even be some... Maya, I hope you can buy yourself flowers this week. I have not done that, but I'm not due to do my food shop until Sunday. But I will buy myself flowers when I do the food shop. There you go. That's the deal, okay? And if we don't even need to buy them, pick them for yourself or draw. You could paint them. I challenge you to draw yourself. In fact, Maya Rose, I challenge you to draw or paint a rose for yourself. You do that in whatever creative way you're guided to. Um, and by the way, ignore my bird's nest here. I explained I've just been putting a hat over my head. Again, the bubble's going back. Actually, it's so funny that my niece is not getting that bubble back. It's like a little scrunchie, but it's perfect. Like it's the perfect scrunchie for putting my hair up. I'm like, I'm keeping that. She's got loads of them, but she'll ask me for it. But anyway, one of the synchronicities I had last night was something that's been missing, and I found it, and she was the culprit of why it went missing. But I'm not going to get on at her because it was all kind of magical how it's happened. But that's really giving away one of the synchronicities. But it blew my mind. Um, she's magical. She was part of the magical synchronicity. Because basically I knew whatever I'm not going to say stolen. She'd hid it, but she did take it away from my house and hid it somewhere else. So it depends which way you look at it. But I knew whatever she'd taken, because she was a lot younger, this was years ago, and it's just appeared. I knew that when it appeared again, it was going to be very synchronistic with other things happening in my life. So time will tell. Some roses for you. Thank you very much. If I don't get any other kind of romantic gesture coming my way, at least I got those roses. um, So we've got a homemade cake sits on a stand next to a pink teapot with a heart design. Fruit fills a bowl, red roses. Oh, look, I'm reading it again. Directly above the woman's head, a heart picture hangs on the wall, seeming as if she's manifested it out of her own love. Right, let's read this bit now. So, whereas the first three cards in the deck dealt with possibilities, positive power, and psychic energy. Hello, Renee, how are you doing? The Empress unifies mind, body, and spirit and personifies creation itself, whereas the High Priestess is the essence of the waning to the dark moon. With a richer inner life, the Empress is waxing to the full. Renee, would you like one of these beautiful cards as well? Because there's nobody really needing cards, I'll do you a card and then I'll go. If people start coming on, I'll hang about, but I don't know for how long. The Empress is waxing to full. Oh, and we're on a full moon expressing a fecund femininity that's productive and seductive. Where the magician wanted us to be the change, she wants us to be love every day. And we got love in the membership, didn't we? Renee. So I said, give us one word in the membership, and I pulled out the word love 2 days before Valentine's. Just saying. But it's because I'm a channel for divine love every single day, guys. Um, this is Mother Nature in human form, lavishly creating a nurturing environment for her offspring and her life partner. But she also extends her care to all her relations. Well, I always think that was her fucking song. Anyway, moving on. Um, but she also, yeah, be they human or not, because her embrace isn't confined to her immediate relatives or locality, it's universal. And again, that's what the Empress is about. An Empress, a true divine feminine, can give love, a healed one, I might add, can give love to so many other people from a genuine place. It's not fake, it's genuine because they've went through all the lessons. It doesn't mean, oh yeah, I've got nothing more to do. But that's energy that I sit in as I do this. I can give out to others because I've filled up my own well, and I'm going to fill up my own well more by getting myself those flowers. But actually, do you know what? To be fair, the reason why I haven't bought myself flowers recently is because I've got two bunches of flowers bloom. I've got a plant actually that's looking amazing right now. My mum was amazed because my mum gave me this plant to save it, and not only have I saved it, it's kind of like it's kind of fucking amazing. I don't know what the plant is, but it's beautiful. But the way it's flowering is just like amazing. I didn't realize it was going to flower like that. I don't know if my mum did either. But basically, that's not a coincidence. Like I'm not just a shaman for people. Like I heal plants and trees and everything. Like it's just I just water it every day and I talk to it and shit. It's no biggie, but it's doing kind of amazing. Um, but yeah, and the flowers I bought almost 2 weeks ago are still going. So that's why I hadn't bought myself flowers. Because basically I made a promise to myself I'm not going to leave that vase empty. So it might mean at some points when when things are a bit tight, I might need to be putting a bit of daffodils in there or something because there's no very much. But but yeah, that's what a true empress is like. You can give to others, but also an empress isn't a pushover. Empresses have boundaries, so that's wise to remember too. And if you're a man, you can bring in that empress energy too. It would just be a man that was in touch with their feelings and their own boundaries, and boundaries is masculine energy. But this is what's important. It doesn't matter whether you're a man or a woman. Aligned inner union is feminine energy being receptive and open and like loving, but also an empress. Not everybody deserves all of you and all of your love, but also it's kind of like you can do that in a kind way. And that's where the boundaries of the masculine energy would come in. Like, I can give to people, but I've got my limit and I need to now fill up my own well, or it can be harsher than that, but masculine energy within yourself is having boundaries, decision making, and where you take action and stuff. So, right. She wants everyone to be contented and cared for and finds it painful that she can't help everybody, although she tries. But she doesn't brood. She's too eager, animated, and involved in the physical realm with all its delights. She'd eat life up with a big spoon and relish every mouthful, while making sure she shared of it, of course. Are we also enjoying life's bounty to the fullest? From making love to making jam. This lady is immersed in the experience and deeply connected to her earth's sensual rhythms. She suggests that we're in a fertile phase, which can mean pregnancy, birth, or any passionate act of creation. But I would say this was again, that's for whoever wants to take on that message, because whenever I pull a message for anyone, it can make sense to many people. Um, for everyone, and then I'll bring it back to Maya. For everyone, it's about, are you treating yourself like a queen or a king today? Are you treating yourself like you really matter? Are you maybe running low on energy, but you're still doing stuff for other people? And they're bringing me back to that would be if I ignored feeling sick yesterday. Yeah, it was collective energy. And like I said, it was weird, some kind of weird union thing. But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I didn't feel well, and I honoured that, and I just filled up my own well. Today, I done that too. I went a nice walk by the beach, and then I had a cuddled up, cozy little day with a tiny little dog, I wasn't even meant to keep the dog. I was just meant to walk her and take her back. But I was like, no, I need to keep her. I need to keep her for a bit. And her mum loved that. She was like, she loved that I kept. If you saw this dog, do you know what? I might not. I was going to say I might ask her, but she doesn't know I do this, so I'm not going to ask her. It's kind of like, but she might. Who knows? But nah, she doesn't know I do this. Yeah, basically just trust me, she's cute. I just don't like, I'm weird about that. I don't like, you'll notice I don't say my niece's names. I definitely don't show them because I don't think social media and kids mix well at all. I just, yeah, that's the dark side. I just wouldn't put kids on social media basically. But yeah, so anyway, but for Maya, I feel that passionate act of creativity is, I feel you're going to be inspired to draw or paint some kind of rose. So keep me updated on that. Um, and actually, I feel it's more. Wait a minute. I feel that's actually some kind of Mary Magdalene. I'm going to get the Mary Magdalene cards. I feel it's like some kind of like light coded artwork, which I feel is what you do all the time anyway. But it's like I feel there's some kind of energy coming in with that. Um, oh shit. I don't know where the book is. I've got the guidebook. I just feel, and it's probably got something to do with Valentine's, but I just feel there's just going to be, because again, because I work with Mary Magdalene every day too. And I just feel even with the nature of your name, you know what I mean? Like it's literally in your name. I feel there's some kind of Mary Magdalene like beautiful energy that's going to be infused in that. So that's a beautiful message. Right. The tree of life, peace. Offer the olive branch of peace and reconciliation to someone you're having problems with. See if you can transcend your differences. Life's too short for discord. It is a big waste of energy and it keeps you in a field of lower frequency. Well, there might be something in that too. So I don't know if there's somebody that you've got. Um, how funny! I'm saying that to Maya, and Renee's saying I don't paint, but I'm gonna. Well, there you go. Fucking inspired Renee to paint. She doesn't even paint. How hilarious! If it fucking inspires me to paint, a miracle really has taken on board. Again, like I said, when I've done stuff like that creatively before, people have really been like, "Wow!" But I just don't know. I think it's maybe I'll step into that more when I'm older. But yeah, when I'm just kind of mucking about, like maybe when I've got my niche round or something, we'll get the paints out and stuff. But yeah, beautiful message. So take that with love, Maya. Right, let's get a message for um pretty much in your cave and doing that. Love it. Um, Puppy love. Oh yeah, honestly, she's amazing. She just had a haircut too, so she was like extra cute. Um, but yeah, I've got her like all day tomorrow, so we're just having the day off watching the after films. I decided that's what I'm doing for Valentine's. I'm gonna watch. I don't know if I'll do it tomorrow. I'm gonna do that on actual, but yeah, I think I might watch a couple of the after films tomorrow, and then I'm going to finish watching them on Valentine's. I normally do that on a Scorpio moon, but um, I'm burnt out on the crochet, so I've decided to play with paint. Oh, lovely! Oh, Lexi was doing that not too long ago, and again, I don't know if I'm allowed to tell you this, but I'm telling you anyway. Lexi actually crocheted. I think that's what yeah, crocheted a whole blanket in a day. Like, hello, Venus and Aries. Actually, Lexi is Sun, Moon, Venus, and not Mercury, some other planet. Um, and maybe if Foxy resin again, it's been a while. Oh, interesting. Yeah, get creative. Right. So what have we got for Renee then? Like I said, these are longer cards, guys, and I wouldn't if it was another tarot deck, I wouldn't be reading it from the book. And there's some that I do like. Actually, there's another one I've got. I like to read from that book too. But these are just so different that I love them. Um, and do you know what? That was me being an empress to myself. But again, it's not that unusual. It's not like I don't deprive myself of decks, far from it. But actually, to be fair, I did for quite some time. It might not seem like it, mind you. It probably, oh God, now the people come. Hello, Alejandro, how are you doing? See, later, this is the kind of time when people are more used to this. People, oh, anyway, I'm losing my words. But Alejandro, would you like a card? And you might be the last one because I think I might run out of steam. But I'm doing a card for Renee and then I'll pull one for you if you want one. Um, what was I saying? I don't know. I don't know. It'll come back. Um, but yeah, anyway, that blanket that Lexi crocheted was amazing. And it looked like a Scotland flag, and she didn't even realise until I said, I was like, "Did you mean it?" She was like, "She didn't even mean it." I think it was blue and white, and it looked like a Scot. I was amazed. Um, I'm doing good. Just got out of work. How are you doing? Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it. I'm doing good as well. I'm a wee bit, I'm much better than yesterday. Like yesterday, I felt sick. So, but it wasn't mine either, which is a bit annoying. But because I could tell when it's my stuff. It depends on the way you look at it. It was collective, and it felt to do with the pull of the full moon. But it also did feel like some kind of weird alignment of energy. Right, okay, so what have we got for Renee? And if you're new and you're just joining and you're not shy, if you speak up, I'll pull you a card. I think I'm going to stop. I'll just see, but I think if more people start coming on and wanting a card, I'm not going to put one of these. I could, but I just might not read it from the book. But I'll add in another because it would take ages. But there's not normally that many people. Put it this way, if it's like what happened a month ago when there was about 100 people on here, I'm only joking. There was only, but there was about 10, and it like I was like, and actually the views ended up quite a lot for me as well. I was going through it as well. I was very emotional and sensitive yesterday. Thank you for sharing that, Alejandro. Because if you've shared before that you're in the, am I right in saying you're in the feminine energy? Even if you're not, like I said, you could be the divine masculine and you're in your feelings. But I think you'd shared before you resonate with divine feminine, don't you? Um, Thanks for sharing that because it just shows people how real this is, right? You don't obviously don't you don't need to be shown if you're on the journey, but maybe it's interesting for people that aren't twin flames that this is real. For me, I experienced it as physically wanted to spew, like wanted to vomit. I don't normally say vomit, but in case people, can't translate spew, it was, yeah, I just felt sick from like it was from about 12 midday to about midnight. I think I fell asleep after midnight, which is because I've been getting to sleep earlier because I've been waking up really early. I've been falling asleep like not basically not on American time, which I've been on American time for the past couple of years, which is fine because most of my clients are American. But it's kind of nice to be getting up early and then falling asleep about it because I've been so tired definitely by about 11:30 at night. I can't keep my eyes open. But somebody else had said, because Renee, I mean, you can share yourself, but what did you, you didn't feel too well either, did you? And yeah, lots of people were feeling, and again, I do feel it is to do with the full moon, but it's to do with like I feel people are picking up on earthquakes and stuff, or like imminent earthquakes, even if it's nowhere near you. Um, right, Renee, and then I'll read what Alejandra's saying after. Or I might just read it now. Wait a minute. Oh, the world. Oh my God, look what I was just saying. Look at what I was just saying. The world collective energy, and I pull the world. And also, it's the world in reverse. So, Renee, there's a. Oh my God, Renee. Sorry, I'm giving it. I'm giving it Leo mid. I'm giving it. Yes. Goodbye, Maya. Thank you for coming on and speaking. Um, I'm giving it the. Wow. Wow. I'm giving it the Leo dramatics here, right? But they're fucking crocheting. What the actual fuck? How crazy is that? They're crocheting. That's crazy. Sorry, I'm gobsmacked. I'm gobsmacked. That's God speaking through me. Thank you, Alejandro, for doing that. And you didn't need to because it's free cards on the Leo Moon, but I appreciate that. Um, that's nuts, isn't it? That is really nuts. Fuck, that's crazy. Oh my God, is that the same thumbnail? That one I met. I'm sorry, that's really freaky. That one I mentioned where the girl picks it up. Oh yeah, because yeah, and also it's like they're not finishing it, and you just said that. It's basically what you said. That's hilarious. It's like it's basically what you said. Oh, that's hilarious. It's all good. Thank you for your channel. Oh, thank you, Alexander. Thank. Oh, touched my heart. Um, so the girl I said that we've got this again. I'm just not saying her name, but she's got. I'll give you a wee hint here. This person's got 108,000 followers. So if you follow her, you'll know. But and she's stunning. If I was a guy, I'd fancy her. Just saying. But just because she's such a lovely fucking person too. Again, there's loads of lovely people too, but she's lovely. Um, she's put in her title, "This person's afraid to contact you." I've picked up on that too, along with it, but the thumbnail says something different. Um, anyway, so but yeah, basically, I want to reach out to you. I don't know how. That's what I pulled earlier. So right, let's read this from the book. So I'm gobsmacked. That's the spirit world really wowing. And like I said, this full moon is conjunct my midheaven and Leo, so they wanted to wow there. But yeah, I just don't. I'm speechless for that. That's crazy. Well, maybe. So what did you say? Did you say? Let me see what you said. Did you say you were bored of the crocheting or something? I'm burnt out on the crochet, so I've decided to play with paint. So do you mean burnt out and you hadn't finished it yet? So, so weird, isn't it? I'm going to need to read the story now. Oh, I'm loving it. I mean, I'm a storyteller too. I'm a storyteller shaman, especially because I'm a Sagittarius moon. But that's probably why I love these cards. Because what I started saying, and I went all over the place, was these cards feel really special to me. Like they're just they were a wee bit more expensive too. I mean, but uh not like way expensive. Like I've bought decks that are like 60 quid before, like especially if they come from America. I think this was about 30, but that is a lot to spend, you know what I mean? It's like I said, if you want to know what I'd be fucking picking up if my house was on fire, it'd be my fucking cards anyway. I mean, it's like I've got very old cards that go for a lot on eBay, so they be fucking breaking into my house. Um, yeah. Oh yes, and also the world is the old 21 card, which we know very well around here. Karmic lessons completed, but it was in the verse. You've not completed a lesson. You've not completed the. You need to get back to the crocheting. After you've painted, you need to get back to crocheting. That's hilarious. Right. Um. Oh my God. Right, Alejandro, I'm going to get back to reading this when I'm doing your cards, but you were definitely feeling it in a and this too shall pass. It definitely will. Right. We're connecting again. Renee, of course we're connected. When I do this, I'm just completely tapped. Even when I'm not on this, I'm just basically I'm a pure channel all the time. I'm never off. So even when I'm offline off of YouTube, I am a constant. That's where I'm different from most people. Like that is not most people. Like I'm a 24/7 divine channel. It's the best way I can just describe it. Um, so yes, that's not me, but it is kind of amazing. Like gobsmacked. I'm gobsmacked. We're all gobsmacked. If you're not gobsmacked, I don't know why. I'm gobsmacked. Just gobsmacked. Because what are the chances I use that deck? You know what I mean? That's my guides making me use it. Anyway, blah blah blah. We get it. It's amazing. Like I said before anyone was here and I was talking to myself, I said if you're new, you're just going to be like, yeah, that's just Claire. Do you know what I mean? People that have watched me for 10 years are not even, well, I don't know if they're wowed by it by anymore because I still get wowed by it. But people just know that this happens all the time. I'm going to paint and I'm done with karmic lessons. Right. So, oh, this is the card that's called Come Together as well. Come together right now. I don't know the rest of the words. Who even sings that? I don't even know. So, fulfill, accomplish, integrate, complete, connect, commune, converge, concur, wholeness, joy, and Saturn. So, the Rider-Waite card doesn't resemble this version except for the Two of Wands. Here, they're needles used by 5 women knitting a living landscape. In the centre is a smiling grandmotherly figure, and above her is a small shining sprite, taking the place of a traditional cherub. Flanking this kindly old lady are a woman in a sari and an Arabic woman in a hijab. To the left, another Asian woman busies herself with green yarn that's formed in the shape of a heart right before Valentine's, but it's always love around here. With green yarn that's formed shape of a heart. To the right, an African woman picks up an earth-coloured thread. All these women seem pleased that their lovely crafted work has come to life. Sparkling waters rush onwards, while 3 deer and a frog jump across the living flow of a trout leaps in a spray. Oh, I pulled this when I first got this deck. A seagull flies above a tortoise shell. Butterfly hovers over the plants that have magically grown. These creatures replace the classic animals, eagle, lion, and bull, and represent the unity and parity of all beings in a seamless whole. Remember what I said? When this is over me, yeah, that was the next bit. Who sings it? I think it's hilarious when I sing songs, I don't even know who it's from. And by the way, when people watch what happened at the start of this, when nobody was here, or nobody was talking anyway, I actually guessed a film, or eventually got it after not being able to get it for a while, from an instrumental. So the instrumental from Pretty Woman came on the thing. Sorry if you've watched from the start, because you'll be like, I know, because I saw it happen. But if you just joined like recently, the instrumental from Julia Roberts from Pretty Woman came on, and I started like humming it, and then I was hearing another instrumental, and I was like, that's not the same one. And then I eventually got it, and it was from Three Men and a Little Lady. Yeah, they're like, she ain't lying, but it's because I went like that. See, sometimes it happens. Like, see, when you want it to happen, it doesn't. It's like when you want a bus to come, or you want the person that you love to come and tell you. It doesn't happen when you want it. The thumb doesn't go up when I'm like, fucking yeah, put your phone. So I've worked out that's my guides. When the thumb goes up, it's my guides being like, that's the truth. So I don't know what I was saying, but it's the truth. The Beatles, yeah. I was gonna say the Beatles. I think it is the Beatles. Yeah. Fuck knows though. Come together, whatever. Um so here we sit at the end of the world. Oh yeah, so what I was gonna say is because this is your card and I'm gonna home in, but I also pull out of it to go to the collective. We first got the Empress for Maya Rose. The Empress is about divine feminine energy. You couldn't get any more divine feminine energy than the fucking Empress. The Empress has went through all the lessons and earned no less than an emperor, if you don't mind. And an Empress is no like, oh, I'm talking to him and I'm texting him and oh, he's coming round. Like, no, that's not an Empress. What I described there is a karmic feminine. A karmic feminine's kind of like what I was saying about Love Island. And again, I don't know, it's all speculation. But do I think that one of them couples where the guy's like fucking got the heart eyes, totally fallen in love with her, which is really nice to see because he was like a player before and he's like falling for her. The sad thing is, do I think that might be a case where he might have changed and then she breaks his heart? Quite likely. I hope not though. I just think with the toxic femininity that goes about, I could see it happen, especially because our best pal's a bit toxic. Anyway, so again, nice girls, but you know what I'm saying? There's definitely toxic femininity running through with the two of them telling people to shut the fuck up and shut your fucking mouth. I mean, I don't know about you, but that's not the company I want to keep. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? I've said before, I don't even like shut up. Somebody tells me to fucking shut up. I'll be like, oh, I will shut up. You won't fucking ever see me again. Fucking tell me to shut up. You shut up. Fucking. but but don't say shut up because it's not nice, basically. Do you know what I mean? Be careful what you say. Be careful how you speak to people. That's not nice, basically, is the point. It's not nice. That's my Saturn and that's my Saturn and Scorpio talking. Right, so but in the world, the point of that is we've had the Empress, Divine Feminine, and now we've got the world. A karmic lesson is completing. But they're just reminding me the Empress was in reverse and the world was in reverse. For some people, you're not treating yourself like the Empress, or you're not allowing yourself to be receiving the love that you do deserve from yourself or from another or from many others. Therefore, you're not learning the karmic lesson, or you're repeating a karmic lesson. So that's a real message for a lot of the collective. Because to be serious, the cards were in reverse. But I'm reading them upright because I'm reading them both ways. So take it however it resonates. But here we sit at the end of the world, but this isn't Armageddon. We women are co-creators with nature, not destroyers. We're carefully casting on, stitch by stitch, love and stitch, bridging a better way to bear as we purl the past into a kinder future. We're changing the old patterns and smoothing out the knots as our clicking needles create a realm of community and compassion, of oneness. There will be no drop stitches or loose ends here. We'll reconnect all the tired and tangled threads, knitting them snugly together with stronger strands. We wise women dye threads from the fruits of our native lands, then imbue the living yarn with our wish and will. Notice how this this world card's very divine feminine. This world card's very empress. But the world card isn't normally described like this. So that's really interesting as well. By swift steam, fleeing frog, and fleeting deer, we'll make our promise clear. By fluttery wing and silvered fish, we'll make our healing wish. What we weave is a green-spirited spell for living well, and such a project undertaken with sensitivity, crafted with vision, will surely come to fruition. I'll just quickly scan this bit. The world never stops turning, but this card marks a moment between one revolution and the next. It's like the pause between breaths. Imperishable but inexorable. Oh shit, this is the one I read the other day. It was hilarious. Like, look, imperishable, can't say it. Inexorable, can't say it. Until this life ends. Even when our body expires, the spirit, the irrepressible spirit essence, fulfills its potential in ways we can barely grasp while we're still manifest. That's the bit that reminded me of wait until the colliding particles. Just wait until the particles land where they may. Wait for the next collision. I quote on nearly every live stream. That is one of my favourites. The vow, there we go with the marriage shit coming in again, union engagement shit like that. Our compulsion to grow and explore the bounds of possibility continues like a cosmic pulse, thrumming with the incessant urge to create an experience. All life flows in and out, expanding, contracting, decaying and regenerating, and there's always returns and in one form or another. Here we're in a privileged position, able to review, assess before the wheel turns of our endless becoming. This is a time of fulfillment when we've brought in the season's harvest and can count our blessings. Like the lady of the 7 coins, we're taking stock. Whatever we've sown, we've reaped. Oh, I liked what they've done there, because they've put sown like, seeds you've planted metaphorically, but they are literally sowing. We've gathered. Is our yield material less tangible? How do we define success? If we've gained, then at whose cost? What are we giving back? The world wants to take a wider, longer global view and consider the altruistic motives. My God, this is so weird. My guides were talking to me at the same time I was reading this, which was very confusing, but I'm just going to point out something that's kind of blowing my mind right now. But I'll read this first because I was going to say this card is linked to Saturn, which is, learning tough karmic lessons. But this is saying it too. But This card is influenced by Saturn in scholar mode, and our great work may be less by doing and more about exploring the mysteries. A formal education doesn't mean we've actually gleaned anything. We could have simply regurgitated the facts to pass the test. That's so true. But here we're asked to actually learn, not to go through the motions. That's so true, and I can safely say that because I've done several degrees, one of which was a fucking disaster. I learned everything I needed to learn, but it nearly put me. Well, I'll not finish that sentence because I don't think you're allowed to talk to it. Yeah, it wouldn't have done that, but let's just say if some other people had went through what I went through, I don't think they would have wanted to be here anymore. So I think you know what I'm saying by that. But it just put me in a dark place. But it was just wasn't fun. But it made me who I am, and that's why it's like I get why I needed to go through that dark time because it made me basically a dark night of the soul teacher amongst whatever else you see me as. But it was a tough lesson, basically. But yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is sadly, I'll specifically home in on, I trained with a lot of people on that counselling course that quite simply, well, I pray right now for their clients, but I would hope that people have grown and learned. But there was a lot of nasty fuckers on that course, big time. There was nice people too, but there was people that simply shouldn't be, because there was a bit of bullying that went on too. You know what I mean? You get them in all different types of professions. Do you know what I mean? So, but that's basically my point. Is it doesn't matter whether take any degree. There's bad doctors, there's bad nurses, there's bad teachers, there's bad in every profession. There are people that are not doing it justice, and it's like I remember I always think that when I go to the dentist. Um, there was one guy I was trying to say to him about I didn't want the Mercury or something like that. And honestly, the chat he was giving me back was just totally out of book. Like he didn't know what he was talking about. I actually researched it more than him. It was fucking embarrassing, really. Um, but that's what I mean. Like he's just regurgitating what he's been taught. Um, the teachings of all the major cards find, and some counselors are like that. They're really robotic, and that's why you'll meet a lot of people that are like, "Oh, I had counseling, it was shit." It probably was shit. They're probably not lying, or they just didn't gel with the counselor. You know what I mean? My clients don't say that. All my therapy clients that I've had, because I don't take on therapy clients too often. I only take them on if I've connected, and basically people don't typically want to do therapy with me because it's obviously more money, and like let me finish. They don't usually want to do the therapy with me unless they've lurked me for years and done other bits of work, because it's not just therapy, it's counseling. It's counseling slash therapy because that's the same word to me, and I weave in all my other skills. So counseling at the speed of lightning. Basically, it's not the type of counselling where people have it and they feel like they haven't changed. Currently, the people I'm working with right now are mind blown at how much their boundaries have improved and blah 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 blah. I'll let them say it in their own words at some point, should they ever want to share that. But they'll probably share something in writing. But um, the teachings of all major cards find confluence of this card. The world can also indicate travel or embracing other cultures, ways of being to broaden our horizons and deepen our empathy. We can be shown another side of life to find this challenging as well as enlightening. Right, this is a bit where I just want to interrupt here, right? I have to give this teaching moment, right? So remember, this was Renee's card, but every time I pull a card for someone, it's always connected to all the people that are tuning in live anyway and on the replay. We just don't get to know about the replay unless they update me, by email or personal sessions or the next time they're on a live stream. But what's fascinating me right now is my twin flame, as we know, is like the world card is my sign for him because he's the 21st of a month, and the 2 and the 1 breaks down to the to 3, which is also, believe it or not, the Empress, which we got before this. So in the weird way that my guy's talking to me, I feel this is where a lot of divine masculines are at actually. Like, well, it was in the verse, like needing to show yourself more love and compassion, or get that nurturing motherly love, or at least feminine love, could even be divine feminine love, in some cases. You know, basically no love is going to do other than the love of the divine feminine because it's your own feminine energy too. So it doesn't need to be meeting your divine feminine or talking to them. It could just be give love to yourself. But for some masculines, it is time that time. But it's like it's that time. But it's kind of like, but also the world card was in reverse too. So um, oh, and it's your number in numerology, I think. Of course it is. Amazing. Um, and when's your birthday? What day is your birthday? Um, but because the world card's in reverse too, yeah, it's like that combination could be like not learning your karmic lesson of not being nice to yourself, like treating yourself like crap, like not giving back to you and giving out to the wrong people. Um, But then also that bit that said that, like, look, we can be shown another side to life and find this challenging as well as enlightening. What that means is a lot of people that I feel resonate with that, and this is all divine masculines, but it's all divine masculines basically, is that's how I think they were talking to me about that. So whether it resonates in mine or not, I would actually kind of hope not with this bit that I'm saying, but the reality is it's all divine masculines. Yeah, it is gonna. I don't know about now, but like at some point, um, it's like divine masculines actually choose at a soul level to go through really, really tough karmic lessons because it's part of their enlightenment. Oh, that was a very deep message, but it's true. And then I would actually say people with the numerology or definitely the astrology of, well, I can't home in on anyone else. My specific divine masculine would choose a very very challenging karmic lessons at a soul level. So maybe not at a conscious level, but at a soul level. But again, that makes sense because so did I. So we're in the same fucking boat there, aren't we? Energetically, we always survive. So it could also mean touching, because to give you a wee bit more numerology in my own way, I was born on the 18th of a month, so I'm the moon card, which is about being extremely psychic, but it's also about fears. You know, it can be illusions as well. So it's kind of like, but look at everything that I do. Like, I'm mysterious. Like, you might think that you know me out there, whoever you are, but you don't know me because even people that are really close to me don't know me 100%, you know, because I'm a high priestess, I'm a mystery. And also because my Pluto conjunct Scorpio, if we're going astrology wise, like that is very Scorpio. That's what I always say. I'm probably one of the most Plutonian people you could ever meet. And before I even really sort of was awakened to my love for astrology, which has now been for a very long time, it basically awakened my past life gifts as an astrologer. Um, I always loved Scorpio people. And if you'd asked me what my favourite sign was, I always used to say Scorpio. And that's obviously why, because I just got the energy. And also I'm surrounded by a lot of people that are Scorpio. But the point is the moon card is the shadow too. And it's like secrets. And look at what I'm good at. I'm good in I'm fucking great now and I'm good. So Leo full moon, I'm gonna toot my own fucking horn. If you can't do it in a Leo full moon, when can you? But I am an expert, and I can say that now because I've helped thousands of people over the past 10 years in public and some before that. I'm an expert at helping people not only face their shadow, the shit that you don't really like about yourself very much, and actually, dare I say, help you to like it and love those parts of you because you need to. I help you integrate it because unless you're facing those parts of you that you don't like and love, you're never going to be able to integrate that and love your shadow and become best pals with your shadow. And you're going to have a lifetime of being very far away from your true twin flame because you need to learn to integrate that energy. Um, but yeah, and then the 18, right? So that's a wee bit about the moon card. The eight, and also I help people see through illusions. So you see how that goes. Like you could read it as fear, and you know, and also I was also very afraid for a long time to step into my calling. I know I make it look easy, but I was terrified for a long time. That's why I can help people do this. And also, because they've made me say that, I was also terrified of owning my how I felt about him, believe it or not. So that is what sometimes it's kind of weird when I observe what I do every day on here because and anybody that's known me for a long time would know that, including him by the way. Like if I wanted to create an illusion that I don't fancy somebody, I've been able to do that since a little girl. I can trace that right back to primary when I remember, like, fancying somebody at school. And I remember telling somebody, and then it somehow got back to the guy. It's like fucking 4 or 5. It somehow got back to the guy, and I remember making this is I might this sounds like I'm joking, but I'm not joking. This is inner child stuff, so I'm still reading the world. So this might speak to you, Renee, but I think this will speak to everyone in some type of way. I remember making a conscious decision at 5 years old. I'm never fucking telling anybody when I fancy somebody, because these fucking arseholes around me just tell them. You know what I mean? I'm joking, but that's no funny, is it? Like, I seriously did. I remember thinking, call themselves friends. They've just fucking embarrassed me. Like, you know what I mean? I felt really embarrassed. Funny thing is, the same guy years later was chatting me up. Anyway, moving on. Actually, again, I'm pretty sure these men aren't watching this. They'll be out and about, fucking married with about 10 kids or whatever. But no, the point is that actually happened with another one that I really fancied at school when I was that wee, right? And it was always, I remember feeling when I was that small, yeah, I've not got a chance with them. They don't look at me like that. They're fucking looking at my pal, 5 years old in the playground, and I'm fucking thinking like I'm about 40 years old. I'm thinking, oh, they don't like me. Both people I'm thinking of later on in life, when I was a teenager, actually tried it on. How funny is that? Like, actually, no, one of them specifically when I was a teenager. One was a bit when I was a bit older, actually. But like that one, and they both gave it the same chat that, oh, I always liked you when I was younger too, and I didn't tell you. And I'm really pretty sure they were talking shite. But for all I know, they could have been telling me the truth. But the point is, I was so sure that they didn't like me back, and both of them did say later that they did. So who knows whether that was true or not? But I feel that's going to speak to some of you. But um, but what matters here is what matters because basically I didn't and nothing I didn't actually get involved with either of these guys because I think I was just like that ship has sailed, but it was flattering. I'm not gonna lie, it was flattering because I remember being that young and like whatever love is at that point, I was like I had it bad, you know. Like I was getting up in the morning and going to school for these guys, and then it's true. I like two. Oh, look, I like two at the same time. That's channeling someone's situation too. But um, then when I got on, I was just telling all the secrets tonight. This is why you shouldn't talk in a full moon, but it's quite funny. Um, then, then as I was, I'll kind of tone it down now. But then as I got older and I was a teenager, I fancied this other guy, and he's the reason why I got up for school in the morning too. And I fucking hated high school, so that was welcome. Thank you to all of these men. Well, there were boys that thank you because you helped me go to school. You gave me a reason to go to school. Oh dear. That's the Venus and Aries, guys. I told you before, if you think I'm one of these healers, it's like, Kumbaya, my lord, Kumbaya. It might seem like that. I mean, it is, because this is a virtual shamanic circle. But I've made no secret about that. I was like, no, listen, I like a good looking guy. I'm not gonna lie. Whether I'm 4, 5, 45, that's a few years away. These were all good looking people at the age I was at, and they will still be good looking now, I'm sure. But that, like, you know what I mean? It's kind of, this is funny. Right, so, um, but yeah, it's all banter. But it's all true. It really, the main bit you should get from that is I made a decision. That was a limiting belief that came in really strong. I am going to hide it as well as I can when I fancy someone because when they find out I fancy them, I'm mortified. And that played out throughout the rest of my life. I'm just trying to think. I don't really want to go too deep with that, but did that even play out with my karmic partner? I don't like calling him partner, but I don't know because the way that we get it. the way that we came about was a bit it was a bit of a weird way. It was no, I can't really apply that. But you see, that makes sense to me because that's kind of shown me that that wasn't. Because sometimes I look back on that with rose tinted glasses and it's like, oh, that's kind of nice how we got together. But actually, being healed now and an older adult, it wasn't all bad. But anyway, moving on. So I feel that's how somebody else feels about a karmic energy, by the way, for me to be channeling it like that. So anyway, like questioning the fool, we're about to begin another journey, but before that happens, we'll need to reflect and assimilate. We've achieved much, yet there's always more to do and know. Soon we'll be ready to dance blithely forward, even as we hold the whole world in our hands. The question is, what will we do with it? Beautiful. I hope that made sense to you, Renee, and thank you because that also was a good for the collective. Alejandro, I hope you're still here because that took ages, but it was a beautiful message that came through. But also, the 18 of my birthday number, or if you were born in the 18 too, it'd be interesting to see if that resonates. If you um is also the 9, which is the hermit, and look how much I'm a hermit. Surely I don't need to explain that. I spend the majority of my time not only alone, even if I'm outside, because I just like to walk, I just like to walk alone too. I walk alone. Again, I look forward to the time when I don't need to walk alone and I'm with a true love and all that jazz, but I like walking alone too. And I probably will still want to walk alone too. Um, but um, I think that's symbolic of like being ready to invite your person in, actually. You need to actually put that out there. Um, but also, yeah, the hermit is that, can also be like the person that goes away to learn alone on the hill and they come back to teach what they've learned, to shine the light. And look, that's what I do too. And the Leo full moon is about shine your light. And like I always say about midheaven, whether people like it or not, especially the jealous fuckers out there that get it, I'm here to I have to. That is literally in my astrology chart. And if you're interested what you're meant to do for your calling, book a session, I can fucking tell you. Or go to the many other talented people that can help you their way. But that's my way. Boom, drop the mic, love it. Right, so Alejandro, this is your card, and like what I've demonstrated with everyone else, it'll be for other people in the collective as well. What have we got for Alejandro? And if you're watching this and you want to get a card, speak now or forever hold your peace for a month when I come back on the Leo moon. Right, so, and thanks again for that donation, Alejandro, because that is lovely that you done that. I appreciate that. So, um, what have we got for Alejandro? Oh, wait a minute. I kind of want to read what you said. I don't kind of want to. I want to. So I got this far. So I was going through it as well. It was very emotional and sensitive yesterday night. So I'm really sorry to hear that, Alejandro. Um, See, and once upon a time, right? That would have been me. Like, absolutely. Once upon a time, like I would say, even, yeah, even last year, definitely the year before, that I would have been going through one of the full moons, maybe even this one, and it would have manifested in that for me like a bit. It just so happens at this point it was more of a physical experience, and yeah, I didn't feel sad or anything. It was physically like felt physically sick, which isn't the best either. And then also I connected on the video I haven't watched back. I don't know if that'll go in public. It might go in the membership, but it's kind of like what I'll kind of relay it here in case I don't put it in public because it's going to matter. Basically, I had a nightmare. And in the night, I'm going to have to explain it here because I don't think I didn't have much time earlier and I just kind of described it quite quickly. I had a nightmare so this would have been, yeah, Monday night because yesterday was when I felt sick. This feels like Thursday. I had a nightmare on Monday night, and what happened in the nightmare was, because I'd say dream, but it turned into a nightmare. It was really weird. It was like, right, at one point, it was like I was filming a video, right, and it was like I was being told it was for October, right? So I felt they were trying to tell me I feel basically somebody got involved with somebody in an October, whether it was October just there or in October. I feel this is really specific. Somebody got involved with somebody in October that ended up being like a karmic lesson, an illusion. And the reason I got that is because whatever it was, Uranus or Neptune, that went retrograde, that just went direct again. Can't remember what one. Um, it was like the rose tinted glasses came off, and you were able to see this person more recently, like in the last couple of weeks, or maybe even right now. You're seeing the true colors of this person. Because, like I said, this bit's really specific, but it's kind of crazy how they were showing me this because they used like again, I'm keeping this anonymous because, like I said, I'm 41, so there's there's there probably isn't as many experiences like this as most people, but I've had quite a few experiences like this, just put it that way. But this was something from like again, I think well I worked out is it 15 years ago roughly, maybe 16 years ago, but it was something like that, but it was just before I had all the synchronicity about who my true twin flame is. Because, like I said, I can't bother getting into all this explanation because I said it in the video. I always had a connection to him, but I still had these confusing things before actually fully like, oh no, there's just no doubt in my mind. And, you know, um, and what it was basically I was showing just like, it was just basically a guy I've connected with at some point in the past. And, like, it wasn't even, yeah, it really, again, and I said this in the video, it's not that deep. Like, it really wasn't. Like, like that is where this term wouldn't be a bad thing to say. It was just, yeah, that basically, like, again, this is anonymous and I'm a lot older now, this is a long time ago, but what I'm trying to say is it was like, for a period of time, I felt like I had, like, yeah, I can only describe it as, like, I was sort of getting carried away with this kind of, like, I thought he was somebody more to me than what he actually was. And actually, can I just say this ended up, like, this was totally nothing. It was like sometimes on the twin flame journey, they just sometimes it's usually people that aren't twin flames talk about oh fuck, what is that term? One of you is gonna, I forgot. See, I forgot because the term even annoys me. What in the fuck? It's not. It begins with an L. Oh, someone will get it. You know what I mean? If you, I can't remember what. But basically, what it means is it's like you're happy being in a fantasy or a daydream about somebody, but it's not real. It's all kind of imagined, and that's kind of like that's. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. This is what happened earlier. Earlier, the film was on the tip of my tongue, and I eventually got it, and now that word, which I do know, is on the tip of my tongue. So I think there's somebody's on the verge of expressing themselves. Whoever this message is for. Sorry, Alejandro, I'm going to get to you, but this is important. This might even be relevant to you. But um, yeah, in this nightmare, what they showed me was it was like it turned into a lucid dream because basically it was one of these guys basically from a past, and like I said, I can't stress you that nothing happened. Like basically, quite literally, I would tell you if it. I would just tell you if it did. Not really happened. It was one of these situations where I probably should have just lightened up a bit and let something happen. It didn't basically. But the point is like, um, I'm proud of myself that nothing did happen because I just rated. I was like, nah, we're just totally not like this is not somebody I would even want to fool around with, basically. But the point is I knew they were using that as an example because I've been single for 22 years and I just don't, unless it's really needed, I don't like to refer to the one big romantic karmic partner, but they need to use someone. So basically, they used this guy. So and but in the dream, I was like, why are you here? You're not my twin flame. You're not even a karmic partner. But I suppose if you're going to be anything, you would be a karmic lesson because I basically saw what the lesson was and didn't even make the mistake. Um, and so it was like I rumbled this energy. And again, it's not actually specific to that guy. They just used this guy as an example. Because that's what they need to do for the vision to get me to get the message out. Um, So it's however this speaks to you. I don't care how it speaks to anyone. It's who it's. I'm just putting out there that the person that needs this gets it, right? So basically, when I done that, it was like it all sort of changed. But yeah, so that's the only way I can describe it. But it was like It's, but all I can describe is it was like I was a viewer because it was like I saw a scene where it was like I was beside this guy who's a good looking guy by the way, like he was a good looking guy. Then again, I don't know, this is fucking ages ago, but it was like so it was like I looked the part beside this guy, but it wasn't the right guy. So this could be like if say if you're a divine masculine, you could look the part beside this girl or a guy if you're same sex. But there's something not right about it because, like I said, with that guy, even just as like a fling or whatever, even definitely not as a relationship. But like this guy was just like complete polar opposites, but not in a good way. Like it wouldn't have been good, and I think that's why it wasn't. Um, and also, it's just another again. I always attract the same people. He's a player anyway, but I'm pretty sure that guy did. He would be in relationship. Ah, fuck knows. I don't care because it was just to give an example, but. It's the fact that it's like I feel so there's definitely themes here about dreams with dreams and nightmares. It's about the theme, and the theme is kidding yourself on that something's real when it's not. Something looks the part, but it's not what it seems behind the scenes. Whatever else you get from that, but that was important that they wanted me to deliver it. So be careful you don't fall for some kind of trick or illusion. Because I'm pretty sure if I'd embarked on anything, even as a fling or definitely serious, that would have ended up in a broken heart. Whether you see that as a gift that I've got to not do it, but again, kind of like what I've said about my twin flame before, I don't even think that was on offer. But it is kind of one of them weird situations where like I totally could have had that guy like if I what I mean for anything like for a fling like yeah definitely if I'd put it this way if I'd done what most girls do and thrown myself like yeah but I went the other way with it and I was extremely shy and just built like this guy up to be a something he wasn't in my head. And then like realized like I was like, why did I even do that? But then right after I done that, what weirdly happened was I actually had a night where my real twin flame was in the same club as this other guy. And I was like, oh, right, it's him. You know what I mean? So again, I'm just sharing it, and that makes I don't like telling that story because that makes it sound like seriously way more of a big deal than it actually is. It's just sometimes I even forget. This is how much it matters. Sometimes I forget that that even happened. But I'm just being brutally honest here that it's like, oh yeah, because people that know me from a bit, like they'll know that. Oh no, there was something strange that happened there. So, like I said, I must stress that wasn't. Oh, what is that word? I'm gonna have to wait a minute. I'm gonna have to look up the word because sometimes people that don't get a twin flame journey use this word. Um, limerence. There we go. Yeah. So, a psychological state of intense infatuation with someone, often imagined or unrequited. Yeah. So, in my case of that, I would say that was limerence, but I'd say it was a confusion of the twin flame journey. It was like whether it's us protecting myself because my twin flame was around. But like I said this in the video earlier, he was around, but he wasn't around. Like I hadn't saw him in a club for like months and months and months, like 6 months. He was probably had a girlfriend. Like again, but again, I never knew a lot. I never wanted to know basically, but it's like I don't know, either single and yeah, it was it was just basically he wasn't around, and so now I know that that would be spiritual warfare and sabotage, whatever. We were kept apart. He wasn't around, and then that was when he sort of came back in stage left, and I was like, oh, and it was just this weird moment. So that's the best I can describe it. But they gave me that dream, so now I can go on. So I don't know why that's got meaning, but it does feel like Venus retrograde stuff. Be careful you don't do similar. Don't build somebody up to be something they're not. Take somebody off a pedestal, but definitely don't fall for a trick or an illusion because I honestly feel like being serious, like I feel like that was the devil energies trying to attack me in my dream state or something. Because then last night I had a synchronicity, um, which again I don't need to describe. I've just described that in big detail, but it's kind of like I had a horrible. Basically, I'll just put it as a horrible synchronicity, which this is what's important. You get synchronicities that are of God and you get synchronicities that are of the devil. And you have to know the difference. So if you are sometimes seeing, I said this in the video earlier actually, I remember that much. if you're sometimes seeing someone's name over and over again, unless you know that this is constant, like for instance, I see my twin flames, everything to do with him all the time, and that's been, like I said, consciously for 15 years, non-stop, every day, all day. I mean, it's just all day, every day, right? Some days less than others, but it's a lot. Like right down to the fact I could be walking along the beach and somebody could be shouting on their dog, and the dog is his name. It's everywhere. Um, that'll make a lot of sense for us down the line. But um, like um, I'm not talking about that. Like I'm talking about you randomly could just like start seeing somebody's name that you were connected to ages ago that was like not very much, but you know, it starts to, and so again, I don't know for people's different situations, because for some people, just to confuse matters here, I'm not meaning to, you could have been focusing your energy on someone that was a karmic energy, and actually you're seeing that person's name because they're your twin flame. But for some of you, I more feel it's like a trick for most people. Because when I thought about it, I thought, oh yeah, when I was watching a film, like there was a synchronicity where a name jumped out at me, and I didn't think much of it, and then so I think they're trying to tell me that's happening in the masculines. I think like people from the masculines past, karmic energies are popping up to them, and it could be confusing them in a kind of similar way. Because like I say, with twin flames, mirroring can happen years and years and years apart. And I said this in the video earlier. I'm going to say it again. That's not something I've ever seen other twin flames explaining ever, by the way. And again, I think it just comes down to the fact there's not a lot of other twin flames in public that have that amount of experience that I've got. And I must stress there are other people that have been on the journey either the same time and longer, but they just don't seem to be on my radar, or they're not talking in public. So that's something to take on board. And that's why they wouldn't be able to give you that information, because they might have only been awakened to being a twin flame like 2 years, 5 years, 6 years. That's still a long time, but it's not as long as me. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a competition, but they are homing in on it. That it's like I have known my twin flame 20. I have to keep checking because I'm like, is that true? But it's true. I met him when I was 19, right? I think I just turned 19 too. And I'd actually literally just split up my boyfriend. Awkward, but true. Um, so that's why I was like, I should really be kissing someone in a club, but I wasn't going out with a boyfriend anymore. So, and then he told me he just split up with somebody too. So that was the weird mirroring thing. But, um, but bring it back. Why are you saying that? Yeah. Oh, the length of time. Right. So I've known him 22 years. Bear in mind, there's been separations where I haven't seen him for like years on end and stuff like that. But at that point in my life, I was just talking about, it wouldn't be like that. It'd be like 3 months max. I'd bump into my club serendipitously. It would just, that's how it always used to happen. But, and then something, and then I think, because I remember when he went away traveling, I think it was only like 10 months or something. Like, it was like, that's how I knew like there was something pulling at my heartstrings, because it felt weird to me that he was quite literally all the way over the other side of the world, and I was like, do you know what I mean? Like it just, I can't really. It was like, oh, I shouldn't be upset because he's never been my boyfriend and we're just sleeping with each other. But like, oh God, I don't like this. Um, yeah. So, but I'm very strict about this, and other people could really milk it and be like, oh, I've known I've been a twin flame for 22 years. I don't do that because I'm genuine, right? Like, um, 15 years consciously this year, I have known who my divine masculine is, and I have not faltered from that. Trust me, whether I was using the fucking word twin flame or not, anybody that was telling you the truth will be able to tell you, oh, she acted like, never mind that was a boyfriend. She acted like that was her husband. Like to the point where I'm pretty sure there'd be a lot of fucking, I keep going to use the C word, it's hilarious. There'll be people out there, like I was having memories about this today, especially when we've been in the same place at the same time. There was definitely, I was very naive to that, you know, there'd be people talking behind my back about how much I liked him and wasn't doing anything about it. But I actually feel, I think it might have been, well, I don't think, I think at some points it would have been the other way around, that people would be talking about people knowing how much he likes me and him not doing it. So it's hard to explain, but that's true twin flames. But yeah, there's loads of not so nice things about that too. Like there's loads of things like I keep getting flooded with memories where there's situations that I've been in where people think they think I don't know what's going on, but I do. And that's not so nice either. Even when I think back, even though it's a long time ago, I'm like, that fucking irks me that I'm like, that person thinks that I was fucking daft to that and I wasn't. Like, it's just, I couldn't do anything about it because he's not my wife. You know what I mean? So, anyway, bit cryptic, but yeah, these are the kind of things that are not so nice if you've ran in similar circles with, but, but, um, yeah. So that's how I can help you. For all the other bullshit that goes on in this journey, the one thing that I did know is I knew who he was, for 15 years now. But again, it doesn't mean I could do anything about it because if he knew something about it, he was fucking doing a good job of acting daft, put it that way. Not to me though. I've always known he liked me back, but I think he could put on a good act to other people. But there's other people that'd be able to see it. Anyway, let's not home in too much on that. So Alejandro, you've been patient. Here's your card. But just look out for the tricks is the point. Look out for the tricks, specifically divine masculines, male and female, because they're going to be coming your way. And that's why I've pushed my own shit out the way to very dramatically tell you a lot of my own shit from the past, because that's how they told me in a dream. And I'm going to keep having these dreams until people pay attention. There's people popping up from your past to see if you're going to be lured in. Two of Cups, but you're not, because it's still clear. This is Alejandro's card though. Out of 78 cards, Alejandro, you got the true love card. Love it. But also that's to do with that big message that I just gave, because it's him speaking through me. When it's true love, you'll not fall for the traps and the illusions, because you probably already did in the past. It's just you'll notice with my stories, with most of the stories I'm going to tell, I've not fallen for the traps. In fact, I would say, right, being objective, I would say, and it's not even a trap. Like basically, I've not fallen for traps on the twin flame journey because at no point, and this is what the excuse he would use too, at no point has my twin flame actually ever been my boyfriend. Um, so yeah, so do you know what I mean? But like there are things that's like right at the start. I would say this is what's weird about me and him. Again, I'd rather talk about this with him. So if you don't want me to go any further, you better get in touch. I'm joking. That would be control and manipulation, guys. Don't do that. But no, basically all I'm going to say is I can definitely think of things like right when I first met him. I feel that's when I was massively manipulated, like massively by people on my side and people more on his side. Like, and that's where I'll just leave that at that, and then I'll talk about that with him if he ever wants to. But um, but then I saw right through it. Like that was only like, I saw right through what was going on. It was a bit confusing at the start though. I was quite confused why so many people kept trying to stick a spanner in the works when I'm like, why did you keep trying to put me off him? Like people just kept trying to put me off him, like big time, throughout the whole time basically. And every time I stood up for him. I wish I could say the same back, but anyway, might be wrong about that. Pretty sure I'm not. But I'd like to think as the time went on and he wakes up to things that maybe that's a wee bit different, and that would make up for things a little bit. But also, I mentioned dogs in a story, and there's a dog in this, and there's a dog in another picture. But anyway, true love. When you wake up, when the divine masculine wakes up to true love, it wouldn't matter who tries to trick them or manipulate them, they can see through it. So let's now read Alejandro's card. The only thing that could stop them actually is guilt. Don't let guilt get in the way of happiness. Oh, this is interesting the way this message comes through. Very intense. And heartbreak. So yeah. So Alejandro, so this is your cards. And like you said, because with everyone's message, you just keep making me go into collective too. Look, heartbreak. Three of Swords. And you didn't you and wait a minute, I need to go back and read what you wrote. And you're heartbroken over true love right now. And I remember you saying that you were heartbroken over a Pisces, but heartbroken over true love. Or or basically the separation is causing major heartbreak because it's true love. God, this is intense. Right. Let me read back here. Yeah, I was going through it as well. I was very emotional and sensitive yesterday night. I was very emotional, reflecting on a relationship I've had. I felt like I wanted to jump out my body so much. God, that is awful. So I'm praying for you, and that is really horrendous. I fell asleep around 3 a.m. and had to get up around 7 a.m. for, oh God, that's brutal. Well, I'm sending you, if you're open to the prayers, I hope you get a really lovely sleep tonight. Did heavy journaling at night. Good for you. I'm not a big journaler. I've got my journaling's here, which can be a problem because it just means that like if I'd like, do you know what? I'm sorry, I'd rather put it here, to be honest, within reason. Obviously, I'm not going to go into the major juicy details, but it's kind of like I don't like writing stuff down in case somebody finds it. I did keep dream diaries, thank God, because I've shared before that some of the dreams I've had about my twin flame are fucking fascinating, especially when I was like working out who he was. Um, no, says Yogi. Yeah, just been restless and trapped, but this all too shall pass. It will. That's one of my favourite sayings. Um, so good. Thank you for your channel. Thank you for thanking me for the channel. Um, yeah, the separation's causing that. Yeah, right. So let's read. I might read both these cards actually. So let's read the Two of Cups. I read the Two of Cups the other day because I pulled it on the video the other day. A lot of the same cards coming out actually. But the Two of Cups, if you don't know the tarot out there, people, is the card we all want. It is, as far as I'm concerned, it is the true love card. It is the twin. Well, it depends. When in the messages that I give, it is the twin flame card. It is the true love card. But if you were reading the tarot and it wasn't people reading about twin flames, it would just be a very well matched, soulmate relationship, true love, it's a really beautiful love. So, oh God, I'm sorry. I have to confess something, which is not that bad, but I just always feel like I have to confess it. I got a chippy last night when I felt sick, right? And it did actually help, funnily enough. And I actually feel like I'm going to have to do it again tonight. And it's not because of some weird craving. It's just because I thought about it and I was going to, like, funnily enough, I was going to put a baked tatty and I was just like, it's my go-to, right? And I thought, I really don't want that. And then I thought, that's part of being an empress. Like I've said before, sometimes that would be like a kind, I wouldn't say abusive, but it wouldn't be good to keep getting a takeaway all the time. But in this circumstance, I've been eating really, really healthy and like really healthy, and I've been paying attention to like counting macros, all this boring kind of shit that me and Lexi like, because we've got Venus and Aries. And actually, if I don't hurry up and get off of this, I won't be able to get it because it'll close. So, actually, but no, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm going to do so. I don't know. There could be something weird where people like crave food like that again. So I could be speaking to Scottish people specifically because in England, they don't do what we don't. They don't. You've not got very good chippies. Sorry, it's true. You do something weird like salt and vinegar or something. Salt and sauce here. So, but she said that she's moved on and is currently dating someone else. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. So, I mean, but it's often the way, isn't it? So, but do you feel that that is actually? Can I just ask something? I need to check something here. How long have you been awakened to being on the twin flame journey? And I seem to remember you saying before, um, do you feel you're in the divine feminine energy? Like basically what I'm saying is let's work it is actually the way that I told that dream slash nightmare right before I read your card. Did any of the dream that I was relaying mixed in with what I was talking about? Could you see the themes for how it might make sense to you? It's okay if you don't, by the way, but because this is what I wondered when you shared the last time. Bearing in mind what I'm saying here, right? Because let's just the counselor part of me wants to chip in here. Even if that isn't your twin flame, Oh, I think you're starting to say what I'm feeling. Even if that isn't your twin flame and that was a karmic soulmate or karmic person, basically, you can still grieve them. You know, it's why I've said before that, like, that will happen to divine masculines. That, you know, that is basically what I'm saying. Like, although they used like the guy that they used in my dream was totally like it's funny because although I'm saying that, like I'm saying that now, but if I'm being totally brutally, and this has been brutally honest, like I kind of just don't want to make a big deal of it because it really wasn't. It's just that I don't think it's a big deal, but it's kind of like at the time it was weird. I just like there must have been some kind of weird Neptunian thing. It was like I got in my head that like this was like somebody important to my life, but I can't stress to you like not only did I literally only kiss this guy, and I'm just trying to think, did I only kiss? I think I only kissed him once, but it was quite. I'm going into too much detail here, but it's not. It was the way we kissed was quite intense. It was intense, but like what I would have seen was exciting at the time, and now that's why I'm cringing. It was completely karmic. I'm pretty sure we were arguing and then we kissed. So sorry, I'm channeling karmic situations here, but it's it's probably entertaining for you, but I'm like, look at my face. Um, but it's kind of like it was toxic, And then so I think that's why this guy was never really allowed to get near me again. But I then like built this fantasy life around like this. I'm totally ripping the piss out of myself right now. But it's true. Like it is true. Like seriously, that is the fucking truth. Um, but the weird thing is, like, I can't say for definite because I don't, I would always just like to give the benefit of the doubt. But I'm kind of pretty sure, like I'm more leaning towards like I'd say like 70-30, that if I had actually shooted my shot with this guy, put it this way, I could have definitely had another notch on the bedpost with him, at least, right? But yeah, who knows? Like I don't know, right? But it just wasn't meant to go that way, and it never went that way. And it's kind of, and also I did have an opportunity where that could, and I didn't go there for other. It's just, and it wasn't because he had a girlfriend or anything. By the way, it was just, it was there was. I just, I don't know. I couldn't really tell you. I was in good girl mode. I do know, but I'm not going to because then that totally gives away. But it just really doesn't matter because, like I said, it's like giving me the ick that I'm even talking about this. But this is why they want me to share, and I'm like, fuck you guys. But this is probably one of the only times where I'm like, I really don't, but it matters because I feel this is a divine masculine energy that now feels this about a feminine. Like it's giving you the ick that you even went near this person. Because this is what I'm saying. Now that I'm healed, we're always healing. I'm like, I can see that I thought that was exciting, and it was kind of like that's basically what I feel. I feel that's what I'm channeling. Somebody that found its karmic love. It's not even love, is it? Karmic something exciting. Because what I'm basically trying to break down here is, like I said, I don't. This is anonymous, but like, and I don't know this person at all, like that. And it's like, I really don't think I'd even know them if I passed them in the street. But it's kind of like at the time completely clashing morals, beliefs, like right down to pretty much everything. Really, all that it was like I found him attractive, he found me attractive. Like that's not enough to, you know what I mean? When your values and morals in that clash like that, it's a fucking no go. So that's what I mean about. I feel a masculine's waking up to something like that. So, however, you know, and bear in mind, actually, like they're wanting me home in on that too, because I had that moment in my life at some point. That exact situation will have mirrored in my twin flames life at some point, and God knows when. It could have been like 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 2 years ago, 6 months ago. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how this shit works. So that's why they want me to share. That doesn't need to be about me and him. Like that can just that was a message they wanted me to give to the collective for whoever it's for. Um, but she said that she's moved on and currently dating someone else. I feel that that was my closure. Well, I'm not sure if she's a karmic or twin flame. Yeah, so this is why it's important, guys, right? Because this is what I'm saying. Like, this is very, very connected to what I said on the other live stream. I love that I'm attracting people like this because most of the people that I work with, in personal sessions anyway, are people that are very like me and they know 100%. So this is quite good for me to know that there are others that are tuning in. So thanks for being so honest because I feel you were the last time too. So will I tend to lead with my heart over my mind. So this is what I don't know if you did. answer that. You don't need to, but I mean, to be fair, it'd be helpful if you did. Do you even have clarity over whether on the twin flame journey you resonate as more divine feminine or more divine masculine? Because even the way that I'm sure you said you resonate more with feminine, but like even the way you're describing that, that could easily be a divine masculine that's got caught up with like a karmic energy that you caught feelings for. Um, that basically you're allowed to be in the heartbreak over, because you've got the two cups, which, like I said, this is when it's real, it's true love. But you could have been in a two cups in reverse, something that was a bit of an illusion, and now, oh, and like you say, that's the thing about it, because even when it is your true twin flame, which right now you're saying you're not sure if she's karmic or twin flame, and I would say just be in that place. If you're in confusion, be in it. The clarity will come when it's meant to, my friend. Believe me. Like, which I get it now. I get why it's important. It is important that I tell these stories because when you and your actual twin flame meet up, you're going to have to talk about stuff like, well, I don't know, you don't need to talk about all of it, but it's kind of like, which is why, like, yeah, like it's why I suppose I'm not really wanting to tell shit like that in public because it's kind of like I really don't want anyone to make a bigger deal out of shit than it needs, because that is like I can't stress like that is nothing. I could think of things that actually are a bigger deal than the story I've just told, but it's kind of like, but um, but actually, I feel me telling a story like that, believe me, it's not a big grandmaster plan. It's just my guys are making me do it. I feel stories like that can actually help the masculines and even maybe even specifically mine feel a bit better about some of the avenues that they've went down. You know what I mean? Because it's like, although, like I said, in my defense, and it's not even a defense because I have to stress, I've been single for 22 years. The whole fucking time I've known my twin flame. Notice that's no coincidence. Um, but it's like that doesn't mean I've been celibate for 22 years, obviously. And but I think that matters. I didn't enter into another actual relationship because the only one I did get in put me off men for, I wouldn't say life, but obviously for 22 years. Again, listen, no shade, forgiveness there too. Really don't want to get into it again. Hope he's happy. He gave me a lot of learning, but hope he's happy and well away from me, energetically and otherwise. But it's like, yeah, there's just something in that, that it's like I just more find it fascinating. I find the mirroring thing fascinating. Um, Well, when things got rocky, I wanted to talk through things. It seems like she was holding back her feelings, and I kept on expressing my love towards her, and I continued opening up, hoping that she'd open up. Right, no, I remember when you said that before. That does sound 100%. I'm not even going to say 90%. You do feel like the feminine. I just felt like she was holding back, felt like a blockage, like she was being secretive about her feelings. Mm. Yeah, that's complicated though. This is where, Alejandro, I don't know if I said this to you the last time, right? But I know that you only found me recently, or it seems like fairly recently, but I would say further down the line, if you feel like you're led to me to do like one-to-one work, even if this is like ages away, like I definitely feel you would benefit from that because it feels like it would be good to sort of pick that apart, like one-to-one. I mean, we can do it. I can do it as much as I can on the live chats because I do like doing this. But it's like, and they might be putting you in the hot seat and me in the hot seat because it's the Leo full moon shining on my work. But it's kind of like, basically, it feels like you're like on a bit of the timeline that I was because I remember thinking that about mine at some point, like, oh, he's just being shy and he doesn't want to tell me his feelings. And there is an element to that, but there was also a huge component of just like, no, I know how I feel about her. I just don't want to do that yet. Like, sorry, I'm just going to own it. It's true. Like, sometimes people know how they feel about you. They know that you're the one, whatever the one is. but they're like, I'm not ready for that, or I just simply don't want to do this. Like I've always known that about my twin flame. He just likes to party. Conveniently, as you've said, maybe third parties too. Yeah, that too. So it's kind of like, and so basically, I'm not about that, you know. And I think that is where it's important to say that you know, for those of you that are new, or you know, because other people have heard it all the time, I never was in a couple with my twin flame, but because we slept with each other for years on end, um, there were a lot of people around him and me that knew we were more than like a one night stand. You know, it was like a one night stand that went on a very long time. So it's kind of like, but again, that's because it's good. You don't go back to a shit one night stand, do you? You go back because there's something that you like about it or love about it. But it's kind of like, but it was like when it went on too long and then feelings were even more intense, and then it was kind of like, right, what the fuck is this? And then, like I said, that's for me, that's why I always say, that's another reason why I say 15 years ago was when because like that's when there was some kind of activation that it was like I said, there was a flashy light that came out of his eyes into mine, and I was like, whoa, shit. And I'm not going to say exactly, but I can remember exactly what I heard, but I knew who he was from that moment on, and I couldn't unsee it. So I do still to this day believe, well, actually, I believe something happened to him in that moment. I actually believe he done that to me, so it's his fault. I'm kind I'm joking, half joking. But whether he realizes it or not, he activated the remembrance in me in that moment. And something happened to him, but it was like where it opened me up and I never went back to sleep on it. It like he was, I feel he was loved up for the rest of the day. I can't prove that, but I could just tell because he put something on his status like a bit really overly happy kind of thing. But like more than just like, you know, oh, I had a good night last night. It would be that too. But it was kind of like, you know, I felt like he went away in a bit of a love. And then I feel he just went back to sleep and never fucking woke up, basically. Or he never woke up to be about it anyway. But like, you know what I'm saying? So it's not quite as simple as that, but that's how I'll describe it. And so that's why again I just like to stress that's quite different how a lot of other twin flames describe it. I've saw some twin flames describe it that the minute you meet your twin flame, you're activated on the journey, you become super psychic, you're like a super no, no. You know what I mean? Just saying, might be like that for some people, it's not like that for everyone. But maybe it's because I was always super psychic anyway. But there are parts on this journey that did activate things even stronger. Like for instance, my spontaneous Kundalini awakening, which again I've never ever met anybody that's ever happened to. So if that's you, get in touch. But mine happened over 36 hours. I was already very psychic from the minute my mum birthed me, basically, and from when that happened in 2016, even more so. But like I said, I have to stress, even before that, like, yeah, long before that, everybody knew I was really psychic. I'd been collecting oracle cards from like 14, 15. So you know what I'm saying? It's hard to describe, but that's the best way I can. So, but yeah, what I was trying to get at there is this still could be. So I haven't read the other bits. They kind of blind me to what the writing is until I'm meant to read it. This still could be your true twin flame. And I think I said this a month ago in another live, but she's not ready for it. Like she could really be feeling those feelings too, but she needs to learn these lessons with these other people, which I know is horrible, right? I know it's horrible. It does put you in this, which is why, for me personally, I chose like it puts you in this. I mean, look, when you know it's true love and you know it's real, it puts you in heartbreak because you're like, great, my person spending time like that with other people, just spending any kind of time. Why are they doing that when I know they love me? It feels like shit. Let's not fucking call it anything else other than what it is. Look at that woman. Just so happens you're a man, but look at that woman. She's in heartbreak. And behind her, look, there's a picture of her and her lover. So it's basically, if you don't know the tarot guys, this is true love and heartbreak. That's also side note, separation, divorce, all this could be relevant for others watching too. But well, I've just picked up a card as well. There's no accidents. Guilt. Oh, it's that one again. Don't let guilt get in the way of happiness. So the thing I don't get is that why she responds to my messages when she said that she's done. Well, this is it. This is what we need to pick apart. Is that a karmic energy playing games with you? Because that's what karmic energies like to do. They like to reel you in. There's situations where a masculine has been doing the healing, and they're doing the healing for them and to move towards a twin flame. And that's what I keep warning people about Venus retrograde. That's when a karmic energy. It's like Cha Cha in Greece. If you see the scene when Cha Cha comes, swoops in and takes Sandy, well, it takes Danny away from Sandy. It's like that scene. And then Sandy runs off. That's how I view karmic energies. It's like somebody is like, I don't love them, but I can have them again if I want them. Do you know what I mean? And that's a karmic energy. When anyone, and I've known people in my past who talk like that, like, oh, if I want them back, I can get them. In fact, I said that a minute ago, but I was kind of saying it in a way of, if you notice the way I said it was, I don't know for sure. It's just my feeling. I could be wrong about that. I mean, I don't think, well, I fucking hope we're never going to be a scenario where imagine the guy's like, that was me, and actually I wouldn't have went. Oh, anyway, moving on. You just never know how many people are having a spiritual awakening. Again, because I've thought about that before, guys. Like, guy, a lot of men that have been like spiritually asleep to what true love is could be going through awakenings now and then getting like, and the thing is like I've had this experience before where sometimes people think that like I'm their twin flame or they fall in love with me, but it's actually because like I am like a person to bring you together with your person. So again, if there's anybody watching that's getting confused with that, just we can work that out together because like I said, there's only one man that has my heart, and quite a lot of people know who that is. It's like, good him. But anyway, so, um, but that could also be it's your twin flame, but she's not going to say it's done because it's never done with a twin flame. It's just like mine's never once fucking, the closest mine has come to that is putting on the brakes a little bit. And again, he didn't even really do a very good job of that because then he would always do something to kind of, like I said, like, I'm not sorry, Twin Flame, but a lot of the way in which breadcrumbing, I don't like that term, but on the Twin Flame journey, it's not quite as simple as that. But definitely, yeah, there's been loads of things that yeah, especially if I've ever been like, fuck this, I'm done. And, like there's things that I would get signs and synchronicities or, uh, you know, they'll let you know that they don't want that to be the case, put it that way. But like I said, when she said that she was dating someone, that gave me the closure to begin moving forward. Yeah. So, but they basically that's the point, right? Because that is what happens with true twin flames too. Like again, I think I could, yeah, I think that's more than safe for me to say that because I've said that, kind of loosely. It's hard to dance around some topics that it's, that I can, yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is like, I can say this, that I had a moment like that in my past because I really do feel when I'm talking to you, I'm talking to like a past timeline for me where my makeup's going all over my face because I've been sitting here that long. But um, that's oh my God, look, that's like the woman in the card. Look, my makeup's going all over my face because I've been sitting here that long. But look, she's crying, her makeup's going all over her face. But that's because I'm reflecting on a time to deliver this message to you that yeah, all the other times that basically put this way, right? In the time that I knew mine, like because because we know each other a very long time, I did whenever I did hear that he had a girlfriend, basically I stayed away from him. Like that's the one thing I will fucking, stand by my integrity in that way. If I ever heard that he had a girlfriend, I stayed away from him and he stayed away from me. But in the earlier years, do I think there's a massive possibility that he might have been making out he was single and he wasn't? Yeah, absolutely, guys. But I don't know if that's the case, and I'm sorry if I'm wrong about that. But oh, the screen just went off and came back on again. That'll be my twin flames higher self. Like, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. But anyway, I'm sure whoever that was would be over it with him and whatever. But maybe not. Sorry, but sorry if that's the case. I might be wrong. But um, but yeah, there's one time in particular, and again, this was also a very long time ago. But there's one, oh wait a minute, there's two times actually, kinda. But there was one time in particular when, actually, there was another time that it wasn't a girlfriend, but it was a something. So I won't go too deep into this, but there was, I might dance about some of the topics. There was one time in particular where yeah, basically, yeah, there was a girlfriend, and that's what it done for me. You know what I mean? I was just kind of like, right, well, and it wasn't kind of, it's more just a case of you have to respect boundaries, is the way that I would look at it, right? If somebody's calling someone their girlfriend, you know, move forward. You don't get involved. It's none of your fucking business, kind of thing. That's the way I look at it. Hello, Lorraine. How are you? Are you a twin flame? If you're not, you might find this boring, but welcome. Um, but what I would say is that doesn't pull away from, wow, this is crazy how they're telling the story. This doesn't pull away from the fact that, did I think, oh, he's not my twin flame. I was wrong. He's a karmic partner. He's not my true love. Far from it, actually. I recognized that's my true love, but I'm just going to have to stay in heartbreak because that's what he's chose. Um, and that's basically it. And then there was, I mean, there's more to it than that, and then there was, and like I said, I completely stayed away. So I don't care I don't know what else anyone else has been hearing, but that is the case. And then there was another scenario, which actually possibly hurt more than actually the other time. I think it did actually hurt more, and there's reasons behind that, where I heard something. Oh my God, sorry, sorry, not sorry, they're making me go. Wait a minute, I'm not crying, but I'm going to remove the makeup from under my. Um, they're making me go full on dramatic here, but I'm just going to, because like I said, if fucking nosy bastard, I nearly said the C word again, that's hilarious. If nosy bastards that are gossiping fucks, that makes me want to swear about a million times, are watching this deep into a live stream, like I've said before, you ought to evaluate your life, because that's sad as fuck. And you'd actually throw yourself under the bus if you gossiped about it, because then you'd be admitting to people that you watch my live streams. Again, sad as fuck. But anyway, moving on from that bit. Um, yeah, there was gossip that carried back to me. Hello, TT, how are you doing? There was gossip that carried back to me from somebody that was meant to care about me, actually. Um, and that hurt like hell, actually, because it blindsided me and I wasn't expecting it. But I should have, because I'd actually had a lot of downloads and signs and weird dreams, and I was like, "What? Why am I thinking about that? That was ages ago." And it was because it was anyway. It all sort of linked, but again, it was a lesson I can't really. So anyway, the point is what I'm saying is this happens, but when you know someone's your true twin flame, when you get to the point that it doesn't matter. It really, what matters is you respect the boundaries, and really even if the person's single, because like I said, I've been in situations when my twin flame's single and I know he is and I'm single, and you're, oh, what's the problem then? You know what I mean? The problem is they don't want to do it. They don't want to. They're running, and in some extreme cases, they can think you're the enemy, which I didn't realize. I was quite naive to that, but I worked out later on. I'm like, why is he acting like he fucking hates me? Like it's like somebody's told him I've done something to him, and that's what I worked. I might be wrong about that, but I do think at some point he's been told I've done something to him or something, and I've got a horriblest feeling it's something I haven't done. I don't know. But again, I don't know because I don't. I've just got a feeling. That's if anything, right? Even if we just meet up to have a conversation to sort stuff out, that's what I would like to know the answer to, because I've got a strong feeling about that. So anyway, and then who knows? There might have been people that have fucking lied to me, and none of that was true. But whatever. But whatever. Moving on. Could we stop going into my shit, please? But hopefully that gets across what I've said. That in my case, I had moments like that where it was my divine masculine. He still is, and I still don't know what's going on in his life, by the way, because I'm not a nosy fucker. I can feel it energetically, but I don't pry into it. It's just that, like I said, I don't surround myself with any people like that that are meant to care about me, friends in inverted commas, that would allow me to get hurt like that. If anything, what's a bit shit is I know I've got monitoring spirits that check in. I don't know how far they watch, but people that watch with the popcorn, um, that get a thrill out of knowing information that I don't. And all I can say is, I hope you can sleep at night, because being that person's not nice. So, um, but And I do pray for you to heal, because that's twisted. That's very traumatized people if you get your cheap thrills or out of seeing people hurt, and two people hurt actually. Because not only do I believe that has happened to me and my twin flame, whether he realizes it or not, he's going to at some point, whether he, you know, I would say he does know now. Um, that happens to all true twin flames, and some of us get a lot worse than others. I said that really passionately. So the people that have just arrived, I will pull you a quick card if you want one, but it won't be one of these because these are really long. And I'm like, the way that I should have known on the fucking full moon and Leo they're gonna make me go extra, but it must be the truth. So this is Alejandro's card. The Rider Waite card shows two people touching glasses, creating a caduceus of cosmic energy. Here, two smiling young men drink coffee on a park bench. One coffee cup is unopened, the other full, symbolizing. Wait a minute, I'll get to that in a minute. Symbolizing emotional potential. One man wears a pink shirt, the other a pale blue t shirt and a light green jacket, denoting the soft, sensual mood. The traditional image has a male and a female representing a balanced partnership or a union of opposites, while here it is expressed by a fair man and a dark man. So, like I said, this is particularly nice if it's about same sex couples, but again, it doesn't need to be. It doesn't sound like it is in your case because I'm sure you've said she before. So, these two potential partners sit close with her arms touching, and a sprite sits giggling in the middle. In fact, you just said she a minute ago, caught in the frisson. Around them, there's a different connections being made, bloody, bloody, blah. So basically, it's getting across, happiness, true love. Now, this is the story I read. Now, this is funny because, again, I remember being like, whoa, I can see synchronicities for me in this, so let's see if you can. Isn't he wonderful? We've seen each other for weeks on our lunch break and have been smiling shyly from opposite benches, but still ended up drifting away without speaking. Here's a true story. Still don't even realise if my twin flame knows this. We went to college at the same time. We went to college at the same time, but I never looked up because I was so shy. And my best friend at the time would be like, "Look up, they're tidy." Do you know what I mean? I feel like I never looked up, and one of them would have been him. Hilarious. So I don't know if he saw me, but I hadn't saw him. I only realised after. So I've been watching which coffee he chooses at the vendor, so today I bought his favourite drink. Then, when he came strolling along, I gathered my courage and held out the cup while trying to stop my hand from trembling. My heart was hammering away so hard I'm surprised the little girl and her dog couldn't hear it. When he gratefully accepted my little offering and sat next to me, I couldn't believe my luck. At first, I could barely speak from nerves, which is what a true twin flame would do. But finally, we got chatting, and now I know who he is. When he asked about me, he seemed genuinely interested, not preoccupied and disengaged. He didn't check his phone, impatient to be doing something more valuable, but stayed attentive to me. His eyes are so blue behind his glasses, I hadn't seen that from a distance. And he has the sweetest, oh look, a monitoring spirit, a fly, after I spoke about them, has just landed, crawling on the Two of Cups page. If you know, you know. That's real. That's spiritual shit. Get away, wee fly. Symbolising a wee gossipy fuck. Fly off. People are like, what's she on about? It's fucking real, guys. Google it. Um, right. Right, no, right, I need to read the rest of this. The little girl and her dog carried on their game, oblivious to the momentous occasion occurring. So this is like someone's like fantasy in their head, but then they start being like, "Oh, it's not real," but then they realise it is real. This is like kind of like what I said earlier about like when I liked people when I was wee. Um, But I felt fireworks going off around us, showering us with stars. Was it only me that experienced those wild explosions? I'll have to ask him one day if I get the chance. I hope so. I just wanted to hold the marvellous moment with my perfect man, but then my dream started to slip as he began rummaging in his pocket. He was getting bored. He got his phone out. I'd lost him, but no, he wanted my number. He likes me too. And I don't know how the hell they've just jumped from that story to this memory, but that's like a story I've told before, where there was a very dramatic night. I'll tell this very quickly, but it'll have meaning. Where I was the one that was really drunk, and in fact, I was being quite karmic to my own twin flame, but basically it was because I had told him I liked him, and then he was basically like running away like twin flames do. But like this is before, I'm just trying to think because it's so long ago now. But anyway, was I using that? Would I've known? I think that was maybe right before that term really came at me. Yeah, might have been. Yeah, I think it was before. But basically, the point is, it was quite heated. That's why I can't be bothered getting the big story right. But it was quite heated, and it was a wee bit emotional and that. And anyway, and this was all in a club. Hilarious. It's very dramatic. But um, but there was a moment like that where why did he? I was a bit upset, and he took my phone off me, which was a fucking BlackBerry. That's how long ago it was. They never, there was a fucking BlackBerry. That's hilarious. But you know, with BlackBerry, that was the thing. You could only talk to someone on the BlackBerry way like that if they had a BlackBerry. So it was quite exciting. So you'd have like, even if you had like three people, it's like, oh yeah, they've got a BlackBerry. But if it's the person you fancy, it's like, oh shit. But like I've said before, it actually wasn't a fun experience. This is not a good. Well, depends. It's an entertaining story. The point is, I don't know what I thought he was going to do. I thought, oh, great, he's taking my number to delete, like, fucking delete my number, delete me out your life. Like, do you mean that's probably what went through it? But actually, what he done was he added them. That's what he done. He added himself to my BlackBerry list, which actually is kind of in a weird way, quite cute, really. Do you know? Because it was like I'd been so dramatic, and like I said, I was being karmic to him and just being a drunken pain in the arse. Which, by the way, to be fair, I was that more to mine than he was to me. So it might again, like I said, I've been mostly sober for like the past few years, but like yeah, I was always the more drunk one. Like he always held it together, and then I kind of like I hope it didn't go the other way, but I kind of think at least at some points, I think he will have mirrored how lost and broken and in a bad place I was. So it's just basically that's the way it's mirrored me and him. I would say it was me that was a bit of a hot mess. I'm sure it actually looked hot too, but I was a hot mess emotionally, hiding it, and being around him actually helped me, like I said, in a weird way, although like anyway, whatever. And but like I've said before, yeah, now that I'm older, would the advice I would give to a younger person or anyone, don't casually sleep with somebody when you start to like them and then be like, oh yeah, it's fine, it's fine. He's not my boyfriend and I'm not his girlfriend and I don't even care. Because, like, he's just a sexy stranger that's sleeping. No! At some point, that was a load of old shite. And I was like, I fucking like him. In fact, shit, I'm falling in love with him. Pretty sure he's fucking falling in love with me. And now he's a right fucking mess, isn't it? but anyway, that's only if you're not a twin flame. If you're a twin flame, it's all went the way it's meant to go with me and Mike because we weren't meant to get together. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, don't do that. I'll get messy. But um, but yeah, the whole BlackBerry thing was annoying because you'd get the updates like every time they changed their picture or they put a status, like it fucking and it was horrendous because it was like the start of the twin flame journey for me. I would hear like a song on the radio and I'd feel like it was him talking to me. Like that's because if you're a twin flame. And then and there was nothing about twin flames out there, like seriously nothing. I think who there was someone called Leona who I think sadly she died, but there was one video kicking about. I don't even think they're up. You might be able to find some of them, but because that's how old I am. That is like the main because there's one woman again. It's anonymous, but there's one woman that claims that she was like the OG twin flame tarot reader. No, you weren't, hen. Because I started watching with they all did. You were one of the ones, but like actually, if truth be told, I had to go too in secret for a while, and I bottled it, and I stopped doing it. That's true. They'll still be out there. Maybe not though. I think I maybe made them unlisted because I really shat myself. But that's how much I don't know if I've even told people that before. I think I have once. Um, but um, but yeah, I ended up having I don't know what I'd done. I think I just got rid of the BlackBerry because it was like fucking a living hell. It was not a nice experience. You're already connected to them. You don't want to be fucking getting an update every time they change their fucking picture. I'd pick up my phone every time he changed his picture just because I felt it. It was shit. Really shit. Like I said, I am not somebody that wants to check it. I more don't want to hear. I just if I can't have this person, I don't want to fucking hear anything about them. That's might seem brutal, but that's me, and I'm owning it. Um, so, and I've even went as far as to say it's like, look, if this I nearly nearly called him a c word. If he's no fucking showing up, I'm moving countries because that's the only way that's gonna, you know what I mean? Yeah. The Hierophant, yeah, there's me teaching. That's the lesson I'm giving. But even moving countries won't do it either, guys. When it's true love, it'll follow you. Right, so I'm going to read the Three of Swords too, and of course I'll open up. Of course, I'll open it up with the World card and come together after I read that. Very funny, very funny. Not funny. Could do without that. The Lovers, yeah, that too. Right, so the Emperor Divine Master. Right, let's read Three of Swords because it's getting boiling in here because the heating is now kicked in. Um, we've got heat again. Nah, I'm not reading the Three of Swords. What I'm going to do though is Alejandro, I really want to help you, but the problem is I'm a little bit like that Empress card. I'm not going to know where to stop, and I'm a bit tired, and I need to eat something before the chippy stops. It's also going to be 11:11 here in a minute, so pay attention. The battery will probably die. That's what will happen to me. But as well as my own battery. 23rd of February could be significant because my battery's 23%. But let's ask something. If you're going to allow Alejandro to have some kind of clarity about whether this is a karmic energy or a twin flame, could you do that? But just keep in mind, right? Keep in mind, I gave this chat all on the video on the live earlier that I done before the guy came to fix the electric. I have to say it like that because it makes it more funny, but it's true. Like it's just he can do other stuff, but that's one of the things he can. A man of many talents. But um, yeah, use your own discernment because it's for you to work out. Nobody can tell you that, but if anybody gets close to telling you, it is me because of how many twin flames I've helped. But I wouldn't do that. Well, sometimes I've done it in public, but I'd rather do that one to one to help you work it out. So I feel you actually already know. And actually, kind of the stories that I've told you, I've just worked out that might be how they were getting the healing across the light codes. Because notice what I said, just because my twin flame got involved with somebody else, I didn't think, oh, he's not my twin flame. Like, I knew. Yeah, I still knew. Um, sincere. Look at what I said, Alejandro. Someone close to you is sincere. I set a solid foundation. Right. I've already asked this, right? But I really, sorry for being like a broken record. We've already established you're definitely the feminine in this connection, right? I don't even need the answer to that. That is what's going on here. And the weird way about this channel, if you're new, if you're watching this on replay, or if you're watching it live, not everyone, right? But this is for a lot of people. When a man speaks on here, a lot of the men tend to be the feminine, right? Not all, because sometimes a guy that talks on here that he is the divine masculine. I know that for definite because I've spoke to him on a Zoom. But there's quite a lot of the other men are the divine feminine. And then there's one I can think of that kind of swaps in and out because we all swap it in and out of it. But you're more like I said, it's kind of like I don't take this verbatim, but this made sense to me. If you're mostly the divine feminine, you're like 60% divine feminine, 40% divine masculine. So you're still, it's still like half and half. And then the masculine's the other way. They're 60% the masculine, 40% feminine. So that's why I always say, however sensitive you are as a divine feminine, your masculine's actually like that too. They're just masking it, they're hiding it. And it's just, you've got to remember that. You've both got the same within you. If it's your true twin flame. Reciprocate, express shared feelings. Exactly. You share again. I've got to be honest, right? Like whether that's a good news to you or not, you've still got to take on board if she's saying she's happy with somebody else, But it kind of, and especially, I think it does matter. It shouldn't, but I think it matters that she's a woman. I think a woman would tend to be more convincing about it, whereas a guy would just ghost you, leave you hanging, and never have the closure conversation. A woman could do that too, but I could see, and also it was 11:11 at some point when I was saying that, but sincere, someone close to you, sincere, reciprocate, express your feelings. Like it basically, it feels like that saying she feels what you do, but she's scared and she's pushing you away. So that's shit, because you still have to respect that, like what I had to do. But so I think at some point further down the line, you'll get confirmation of that being true if this is resonating with you. Like basically, it doesn't feel like she's playing with you. It feels like she's needing to heal that part of her. So this is what I want to ask you: is how long have you been on this journey with that person? Pause before you choose. Disagreements, agree to disagree. And so you see, like people might not get this, but I really do get that. She's telling you she's moved on and she's happy with somebody else. And you could feel deep down, even if privately you wouldn't even say it to anyone else. Because I went through that too. Like again, I don't like going into this, but I feel that they want me to because the Hierophant came out, and that is a teacher too. Because it was so long ago now, but it's still going to. It's still anyway. You can hear me the nervous laughter. I don't really want to. Yeah, but it's other than with my very close best friends. I would have played that. Oh well, not would have. I definitely played that game too. Oh yeah, you know what I mean? Like yeah, we spent that time together. We were really close. He's going out with someone else. Like you know what I mean? Stop fucking telling me all this shit. Basically, you know what I mean, or whatever. Like you know what I mean? I had to because out of respect, but also like I'm not going to tell people I don't trust how I really feel, am I? So, and that's what I mean by sometimes if this is you, if you're a male or a female, if you've put on that game face to protect yourself and your twin flame, I would say, mainly yourself in that, but you know what I mean? It depends how you look at it. You could see how that could be twisted, that that person doesn't give a shit about you. They were, like, you know what I mean? But I feel the agree to disagree bit is that even if it's just privately, you feel she does feel the same about you, but she was scared and she's ran right in the arms of somebody else that isn't as intense. And you're just going to have to agree to disagree on that one. Because, like I said, it feels like a Scorpio moon right now. I know with me and mine, people that could really see what was going on, like, and not just people on my side, by the way. I can think of a few people on his side that know, that knew back then, that know now, whatever, and it's kind of like, and there's definitely people that meddle in my side and his side, anyway, whatever. But it's kind of like it's not all bad, is what I'm saying, and because I'm remembering a memory of when we were at the same place together, and I've said this before, and it was someone that didn't know either of us really that well, to be honest. They just thought they just fucking, which is kind of in a way quite good. She just saw she just said what she was seeing, and she was like, "Why does he keep looking at you?" Like she's like, and she was just very mad. She was like, "Every time I look at him, which isn't the only time, but every time I look at him, he is looking at you." Like if you're looking at it, he's looking at you. Every time I look at him, he's looking at you, and you don't see that he's looking at you. I'm like, oh no, I don't see that. I feel him looking at me. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's just what we're like. And he's like, and she's like, and although you're less obvious about it, I've caught you looking at him too. I was like, all right, all right. But it was more him looking at me, and he wasn't making a secret about it. But I mean, he was single, so he wasn't doing anything wrong there. But it's kind of like, but you don't need to be single with it. You know what I'm saying? But it's kind of like, but that's kind of what I'm saying. That's quite an example because at that point in both of our lives, he wasn't with anyone and I wasn't with anyone. So you'd be like, well, what's the fucking problem if you both fancy each other? But there was still a problem, and only me and him know that, like how intense and how strongly that. I can't really think of words for it, to be honest. But um yeah, so even before other people in the mix, there was problems. It's basically what I'm saying. But now we know that that's fine. It's fine, twin flame, and all the twin flames. It was just our mirrored trauma. Yay! What do you want me to say? That's the fact. Getting in the way of things. But yeah, expectations. Have realistic expectations. So my realistic expectation was right. This is the way it is. He likes me, I like him. He doesn't want to do anything about it, so I'm just gonna have to sit in heartbreak, seeing him carry on with every fucking else other than me, making out I mean nothing to him, and I'll just sit heartbroken. Sorry. Truth. Right, so um I've only been dating her for about 4 months. Like, yes, this is what I mean. You're one of the newbies. So I'm helping a newbie, but it doesn't mean that the love is any less intense. And I know that. But this is good because this is going to be very good teaching for me because I usually attract people that have been on the twin flame journey a very long time, like years. And, so this is, they're just, bringing a different group of people to me. So that's fine. So that's really quite interesting. It makes it more exciting for me, to be honest, because I get bored of this shit, but I'm loving it right now. So, but if the energy was magnetic, the intimacy was very affectionate and felt safe, I'm not the type to sleep with any woman yet. That's your twin flame, Alejandro. So, it depends which way you look at it here. It's a beautiful thing, but I do feel for you because it's almost put me too much in the pain of the past of my own, as you can see. Like I don't want to go back into this. And the funny thing is, it's about to be his birthday numbers. Of course it fucking is. Um, she told me things that she wouldn't express to her past dates. She got personal with me, supposedly. Yep, so did mine before he ran away. Not sure if that was a tactic of emotional manipulation to create a Ten of Cups dynamic without being committed. Well, yeah, I would like to think so, but to be fair, like again, I have to because you've just said something that's scary later. I don't. I might be wrong about that, but I don't think so because it's about to be his birthday. When my twin flame done that with me, it was genuine, and and like I said, it's not anything really. Well, it depends where you look at it. It would just be like telling me things that I don't feel that he told her. It's 11:21 now. That's funny. It's like yeah, just shared like wee things about himself that I don't think he shared with anyone else. But like I said, it might turn out that that is a fucking I don't know a way to pull the women in and reel them in and make them fall in love. It might be. He might be a master. In fact, my twin flame is a master magician, so it could have been. I'll have to just shut down the whole channel, guys. It's not real. It's not true love. It's not my divine masculine. I'm just gonna have to set up a new channel and do something. No, but I'd say the fact that it's his birthday numbers on the way about right now, and also what happened with the World card and the Empress. If you've been here this live stream, I don't think that, but it's just it's difficult because it's like right, great, why did we get that close and then you fucking run away? But that's the twin flame journey, so um it's sad, basically. I'm just acknowledging that's sad. I don't feel she was manipulating you. There is manipulation involved. Let's not fucking kid about here. Your twin flame can manipulate you, but I feel like it's more a case of there must be something going on with her that she's got close and it's freaked her out and she's ran away. So, and like I said, and this is why I feel they guided me to train in hypnotherapy because I understood it so well and I was hypnotizing people anyway. It just made sense that um unless you get to the bottom of that in your subconscious of what is making you that afraid, you'll always keep running. So, because I know it is for me, like, and I worked on it, but even to this day, like, if I still come up against the same sort of things, whether it's in my love life or in other areas of life, like, I would get hypnotherapy too, or I would hypnotize myself because these same blocks will keep appearing, and if the fear is greater than the desire, it'll always win. So you've got to get to a point where the desire overrides the fear. So it doesn't mean that you're not still scared, but your desire for it is stronger. Um, like I felt safe and I felt she was genuine. I can't deny that feeling. We were good, but what fucked me up was that she was still friends with friends with benefits that was reaching out to her. Right, okay. We'll just stop going into my bits, but like, yeah, it's like how do I carry yeah, I can see how that I can kind of yeah. Um she expressed to me I started to get paranoid and started questioning if she was entertaining other options. So did you actually go out, you see? That's the problem. I think this is where I actually have to stop the wee stories. Well, not stop, but kind of like, you know, like I said, me and mine were never a couple, but it did certainly get, again, I can't speak for him, but it did get complicated for me. And this is the thing, because it always seemed like he really did not give a fuck whoever else I might be entertaining. But most of the time I wasn't, going to be totally honest, I wasn't. Like, I'm not going to say never, but like, even when other guys did, even like right before I realized it was my twin flame, there was circumstances where I was like kind of like pushed into it. Like, I can't blame other people, but I was definitely pushed towards like kissing someone a night out or more, and it was kind of coerced, manipulated. And then if I was to be like, oh, but I've got to be careful here. I've never once said his name, so I'm not going to do it now. But it's like, where's where's he? And they'd be like, he's not giving a fuck about you. He's not out tonight, or he's no caring. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was probably true, guys. But, it was either probably true, what they were saying, or, well, basically, yeah, whether it was true or not, that's how it was always put across to me. And it was very much kind of like, stop caring so much because he doesn't care about you that way. That's the message I was always getting from the very start. So that's what I was having to contend with. And like I said, I was pushed back about it, but it didn't. So that's just the best way I can describe it. So again, I really don't know how that manifested for what people would say about me to him, and that's where it's like really twisted because all I ever fucking said about him was nice stuff. A lot of the time when he didn't actually, I'm not going to say deserve it, but I was given too much credit, before it was really. But I mean, it's because you unconditionally love your twin flame, but that doesn't mean the way that they treat you is right, and that's why you've got to have boundaries. But even as a friend, because in me in his case, it would just again, friend doesn't always seem the right term for me and him, but whatever we were, are, were, whatever. Um, Boundaries. What that sounds like is boundaries. And basically what I'm saying is, as if me and him had went down that route, yeah, that would have been an issue. Because he's just I don't know about now, but he's just fucking got so many different friends, female, male, whatever, and they would all have, they're all different. And again, I just don't know, but yeah, I don't really want to go there. But I was the same, I had loads of friends too, but the difference is I wouldn't allow my friends to tell me any different about him. And I would hope that people from my past would even fucking tell you that. But and still to this day, I wouldn't. It's kind of like it's people don't know what they're talking about unless they're a twin flame, and even people that, like I've said before on the other live, even people that are apparent twin flame experts haven't actually been able to accurately, not in its entirety, give me very good advice. Bits. What I would say is I've had bits and bobs of people reading the journey accurately, but there was always some kind of major fuck up. It feels like it was sabotage. And not the actual person, I might add. If I go to people for help, it was like, so I could, because you're making me go deep in it, I can think of something that happened that was really sad, that I was actually really getting on with another person that helps people on this journey. And that, whether they realised that or not, it was sabotaged and quite badly, because again, it was me that got hurt in that equation. I actually happen to feel that person too, and I feel that person might tune in. I don't know about everyone. She won't have time, but she might tune in now and again, and it's sad because that's what happened there. But it was an attack on true twin flames that are here to help people. Um, but you never know. Maybe it'll get sorted out at some point. But um, she expressed that to me. I started to get paranoid and I started questioning if she was entertained. Oh, yeah, I read that bit right. Okay, so like I said, this could go on forever. So I'm just going to get a couple of more cards. What does Alejandra need to know? And like I said, I would really stress that, well, basically, take the time to heal. I'm going to say really boring things right now, but take the time to heal, right? And just take it on the chin. Like I've had to do. She's chose somebody else. Whether that's the truth or not, she's chose somebody else. That's the way she's been guided to go. She's not making the wrong decision. It's the karmic lesson she needs to learn. And you need to focus on you. So if you got any sort of creative talents that you need to be working on, like if you got any special gifts to like channeling written stuff or speaking or reading cards and oh yeah, especially because Leo full moon, it's about following your heart and passion and all that, but it's about creativity. Because, like I said, most of the time on a personal session, we're not going to be talking about your twin flame. The first time we will, and that's the first session that you get cheaper. if you're brand new, you all get it at my old price, which is still a lot of money for some people, but it's, you know, you get it at my old price. And then, and even if you're a hashtag oldie, there is still a session that's always there that's hypnotherapy that you can get at that too. And sometimes I put specials on, right? But like that are 144 and stuff. But and the reason again, the reason is because I've got a shitload of experience. I'm trained in about a million different things. I could really be double the price that my normal session is, if truth be told. But I just don't think that's fair for people, basically. It seems a bit ridiculous to me, basically. But I have got things that are double that price, but that's like more sort of bigger sessions and packages. But the point is like, when people, put this way, when people have bought my bigger packages, and especially like, you know, whether it was ages ago or more recently, where there's a will, there's a way. And if you're on my radar and you want to do that deeper work with me, if I trust you and I'm like, if I trust you and I know you're not going to fuck me over, and I know you're going to actually pay me and not fucking run away like some fuckers have done that. If you're a fucker that done that to me, you still tune in. That's a bit weird because you fucked me over, but I forgive you. It's just money, doesn't even matter. But if that was happening to somebody else, I'd be like, that's not right, and I'd have a lot to say about it. But the thing is, I don't care about money that much. What I care about is somebody not being able to sleep at night because they fucked somebody over money. It's really not worth it. Don't do that to people. It's not nice. But anyway, moving on. What I'm saying is if you're on my radar and you feel like you need that deeper work, if we can work something out where you can pay me and it might take a bit longer, I will make that agreement with you. But I need to have some kind of background. You can't just be somebody that I don't know very well. It's not going to happen. That's stupid. But again, where my Neptune is, where my money, basically all my placements to do with money, career, and business, it's very much to do with God and the divine. It is a bit of playing chess. It's a bit of me taking a gamble. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, quite literally. But even in these circumstances where someone have fucked me out of not very much money, which I always kind of feel quite sad because it shows you it wasn't about the money. Like I can think of a scenario where somebody didn't pay me back what they owed me. They paid me a tiny bit of it and then they just didn't pay me back the rest. And it's the same people that go out partying at the weekend and spend like 4 times that. Sad but true. Um so and yeah, that person just obviously had more karmic lessons to learn. And I genuinely do honestly hope that that person is happy, safe, and well. And I wouldn't want them to be worrying about that. But like, would I want to work with them again? Probably not, unless I got. I'm not even going to say the rest of my money back. I don't fucking care now. It was that long ago. But an apology, you know, would be nice because that was wrong. And I feel that person knows that. But they were a nice person. They just made a mistake, basically. Oh, yeah, and there's been a theme about mistakes. Um, I can tell where it came from. But what the person's went through, but put that way, that was trauma because it doesn't make sense. Like I said, it wasn't a lot of money, but it was a money that I should have had because it was, you know, I worked with the person 4 hours. It was a big session, and it was disrespectful, basically. And it's hurtful when you get on with someone well, and you know. But like I said, I more kind of felt sad for the person because I thought when they sort of when that guilt catches up with them, they're going to feel like shit. And then there's another person, because just in case these people tune in, because this is a weird thing, like these people could still tune in now and again, who knows, or to everything, and that's creepy, isn't it? But they're nice people. There was another person that done it, and it's because they were, yeah, there was other reasons why, and you never know, that money still might land in my PayPal at some point, but I'm not holding my breath for any of these people to pay me back, put it that way. And the same with that woman, I wouldn't want that person to be worrying or anything like that. Again, kind of similar though. It doesn't make it right. And it did just teach me lessons about, but like I said, you know what I mean? Even when people fuck me over, I always see the lesson. Can't help it. Teaching moment. Felt like shit, but teaching moment. Like I've healed from it, you know? And I even knew in the time, like, you know, but even just the other week, I noticed something from like a few years ago where It was like a technical error on my part, and that's accused it. It caused confusion for me. And then I started to blame myself, and then I realized I was like, oh no, actually, wait a minute, that person is still in the wrong because they never highlighted it to me. And then but basically the point is, I still, at least with that person, I did get all the money that I was due, but there was still a bit of an issue with that too. So there's, like I said, I suppose you've noticed I can be manipulated with money, so that's why I need somebody handling my affairs. So when I have enough money to afford an accountant, I will get one. I will have a financial advisor at every level. Basically, I'll have a sales team. You won't be able to get to me because, like I was told years ago, never go into business with anyone because they'd fleece you. So I believe it. And I've said that in public before because I'm like, I just hope that my twin flame gets the message. Hopefully, he didn't get the memo too late. You shouldn't go into business with anyone either because they'd fleece you. That's what I get from that. But like, I think the only person I would get into business with is him. And believe me, there's a lot of stuff that would tell me not to trust him, but I do trust him. Even when he's fucked me, because he's fucked me over. I'll not go into that, but he's fucked me over. Many a time. Probably more times than what I know. But I love him and I trust him. And like I've said before, I love him like. Sometimes I love him like a friend. Other times I love him like a lover. Well, I can't love him like a lover because he's fucking running away. But you know what I mean? Like, I get him. He's my spiritual running buddy. Um, just focusing on career, nursing. Oh, lovely. And family and my connection to God. Beautiful. You are the divine feminine, my friend. Beautiful. Um, have you? But I wonder, will I be up for the live mediumship on Zoom? Yeah, the hour session. Yeah, well, yes, I can do that, but I would say booking the newbie session would be, that's what you need. So I'm going to basically say that because we've never spoke before, I would advise you to book. So if you look in my, I don't know. Oh, actually, I think it's in the description box. If you look at the session that is, yeah, that's the one you need because basically we need to have this conversation, just me and you, that's happening over the chat. Unless you can confidently say you don't want to, which I don't even believe you, Alejandro. I don't know you apart from over the chat when you joined us a month ago. But I feel that much that it's like it's going to basically, I feel it's going to be a very long conversation about this. So I'd say you need to book that session because that's, if I've never had a Zoom with people, that's the session you need to book. And then after that, if you get on with me and you like how the session is, then by all means book the mediumship one. But like I said, mediumship will come into it if it's meant to. Because basically that session, I created that because for a while, bad luck for a lot of yous, that used to be free. But I had to make it not free because it was ridiculous. It was just a normal session. And I can't do that, you know, because I've got to, you know, I've got to earn a living too, and it was a lot. But again, I don't have any regrets. I met some beautiful people, and they, you know, but it's yeah, they taught me, they're like, nah, you can't do that because what I've taught about before is if you do completely free sessions, people can actually curse you and hex you. People can curse you and hex you anyway, but they can do it worse if it's completely free. So anyone lurking on this that works for other people, you should always take some sort of donation. Um, yeah, so look to your dreams. They, oh my God, Alejandro, look at a million years ago when I went into your message. So long ago that people that wanted a free card have probably fucked off because they're like, this is taking ages. But listen, guys, it takes as long as it takes. This is why I only do this once a month. Again, I read cards on the other lives, but as people basically need to pay if they want me to stop to do that because it does take a lot of energy. But I do it free once a month, so come back on the Leo Moon next month. Unless I'm off on some kind of fucking holiday or spa day or fuck, I hope that's true. I'm like, what's March? Why am I saying that? I might just be again, it might be like a last minute spa day with my best friend because she turned 40 towards the end of last year and I was like, well, I'm gonna be 41 again soon. Yeah, I think it might be a delayed. Yeah, who knows? I don't know. I've not planned it yet, but I might say that for a reason. Look to your dreams. They hold all the answers you seek. Holy shit. That is the confirmation. If you've not already had a dream, a really intense dream like what I described, about either now, so this is this conundrum. I think for you, if you've not had this yet, look out. Just observe it all. Observe it all. Look out for you having a dream or a nightmare or a bit of both, where you're actually getting like signs about another girl that isn't this person that is clearly your twin flame. It's cruel, I know, but that's how I'm getting that from what happened in my dream. And this is the point. The point is, and this is actually clarifying something because I said that wouldn't happen to Divine Feminine, but I don't know unless you're near to the journey. I'm sure I said that in that video, and you're the example. So thank you for God for showing me that is right, because it helps me adjust and move with the changes because I have to know who I'm addressing. For a long time, I was addressing a collective that are on the same page as me, a divine feminine male or female that can't be swayed, isn't kind of humming and hawing, is this my twin flame or not? I don't second guess myself. Therefore, I get big results with my clients because I don't second guess myself. If you've got somebody that's kind of not too sure if someone's their true twin flame or not, whether they're telling you that or not, by the way, because there's a lot of them out there. That's why you, again, there's loads of amazing people. There's loads of people that are amazing and a bit confused and hiding they're confused. But I am sort of thinking about it, it's like, think about the too many basically. I'm not homing in on anyone. Think about how many twin flame readers or whatever will flip in and out of will basically not give too many details. Sometimes that could just be to I'm just being objective. That could be because somebody's really private, hair flip. But it would be a clever way to disguise if they weren't too sure, if someone was their twin flame or not, that they could kind of like, hide it if something changed. I can also think of people where they've actually claimed someone in public was their twin flame and it changed. And again, that's a shame when that happens because it's like, well, you've got, like I've said before, you've got to fucking own it because you fucked up and everyone's seen you fucked up. But I've seen people kind of half own it, half kind of brush it under the carpet, like, oh, I knew the whole time. You didn't because, but anyway, whatever. But again, it's a shame either way when that happens to people. But and that's why I say all the time, I'm fucked. I've given the guy's birthday. I've fucking given him job. I've given his fucking job description if you're paying attention tonight as well. But I've mentioned several professions. That could be either of them. But it's do you know what I mean? All that's left is a name. Ah, but a name. Even that. I mean, even no, that would really, that would be too far. I need to get off now. So, look to your dreams. They hold all the answers you seek. Yeah, you're gonna have a dream, and like I said, I don't know if this is either going to be a really clear visitation from your twin flame, or it's going to be some kind of trick, kind of. So just pay attention. So yeah, and book that private session sooner rather than later. But that's up to you. I'm not back to work till Tuesday. Give me one more card for Alejandro. They're like, we said what we said. The same card, dreams. So look, that's they're just proven, and I think they're maybe doing that as well because of what I said. I didn't really want to tell that in the video earlier. You can tell that, but I probably will share it now because they've made me do it on here, and they made me do it in here on the live because I can't. It's out there. Whereas think about it, I could have just decided to watch that video and be like, I'm not putting it out there, put it in the membership. Now I think I'm likely to just put it out there because I've said it here. And but I think they're just proving that they could have just picked any guy from my past that I felt drawn to in some kind of way that wasn't my twin flame. They used him as an example because the bubble was burst. I'm like, why the fuck did I? You know what I mean? The only thing that I could see why I went like that was because I found him good looking. So what? You can think somebody's good looking. It doesn't mean you want to fucking set up house with them. Do you know what I mean? Like thinking loads of celebrities, you're like they're fucking hot. I wouldn't want to fucking be anything with them. You know what I mean? Anyway, so look to your dreams. They hold all the answers you seek. And then look at this, Alejandro, wedding. This has been coming out so much. Taking your relationship to the next step, one step at a time. So ignore the wedding bit for now. But side note, it could be that you might be in the heartbreak right now, but at some point much further down the line, maybe not even that far down the line, it could end up that serious between you and her because it's real once all the healing is done. But this could just be about your union. It doesn't mean literal, but it does say wedding. Just saying. Taking your relationship to the next level one step at a time. But the next level could just be her being honest with you about the feelings. So just take it at the pace that you're both at, kind of thing. I just want to end it with this deck, and then who's still here? So if you're still here and you want a card, the two girls that said hi, TT and Lorraine, speak now or forever hold your peace. Because my contacts are going that bloody, and holy shit. Fuck. Can I still get... I can. I think, you know, once I got off of here and I actually ordered a chippy and it was like 1:30 in the morning. The guy kind of looked at me like, what the fuck? You haven't want your tea yet? I couldn't be bothered explaining to him, listen, I'm a YouTuber and sometimes I take it too far and I need to order a chippy anyway. Quite funny. I did wonder when I thought, why am I going to get a chippy? I didn't realise I'd be sitting here this... I should have guessed. I kicked the arse out of the Leo full moon. So, Leo moon, right? It's 11:44 right now as well. Right, okay, TT. So this is Alejandro's last card. And Alejandro, I better see you on a live Zoom at some point. You get to decide when, but there's more to explore there. Be present. But for now, just be present. Love on yourself. If you're a woman, I'd say have a Galentine's Day on Friday, but have a Galentine's. That was really bad. What could we say for men? You will attract love by enjoying your life as it is. Wherever you are, be all there. So I think what's beautiful about this is it's painful when you're the divine feminine energy, and this male or female, because you're male. But obviously you know that for everyone. Everyone knows that. But you have to just be in the experience. And that's what I learned in these painful moments for me is it hurt like hell, but I just really allowed myself to feel it, being like, this fucking sucks. And there's nothing I can do about it. And sometimes I'd be crying. Sometimes I'd be like that card where the woman's got her mascara all over her face. You know, life just be like that sometimes. But it still came back to there's nothing I can do about it. So I had to just focus on my own stuff. And, you know, that's led me to here with my hair fucking going all over the place and my, you know what I mean? But I'm having fun right now. And I've been having fun doing this for 10 years, distracting myself, which is basically what it's been, let's be honest. Difficulties, yes, because a lot of this came into it. Jealousies from others may serve as obstacles to the success of this connection. Difficulties. Look how I was just talking about my experience and what I said. Fucking boom, drop the fucking mic anyway. Moving on. Right, so, um, right, TT, would you like cards about love or another area of life? Bear in mind, my energy is depleting now. In fact, Christ, while I'm waiting for you, like, I'm honestly getting onto that bloody Just Eat right now. I'm not kidding. And I better not order from the chippy I got last night because that's embarrassing. I'm going to go to a different one. I fucking am. I can't get the same chippy 2 nights in a row. That's embarrassing. I should be embarrassed I'm saying that, but I'm, anyway, like I said, I just, I won't like that. That's just a fact. Shit, they're not coming up, guys. This is not okay. No, wait a minute. It will. It's got to. Because it says that there's a booking slot for 12:30 Pacific time zone. When is that for? Is that Tuesday or is that? Oh yeah, wait a minute. Is that actually for today? Because if basically if that is after my 7 o'clock UK time, that's right. So if it says Thursday, as long as it's after 7 o'clock, because that's when the wee dog leaves. Basically, I'm looking after a wee dog tomorrow. Um, and yeah, we're just having a date ourselves. And then I'm just having a date myself on Friday because it's Valentine's and I don't want to read about love. So, oh yeah, yeah. Well, that's right then. So if you book any of them, I don't know what 12 Pacific is for me. Let's see. That's really weird, Alejandro, because I said in the video earlier, if nobody books that by the time then does it like basically I'll take it off. So it must be meant to be. 12:30 to Pacific. No, oh shit, it's done it the wrong way round. It's done UK. I was going to say, it was saying 4, 4:30 in the morning. I'm like, I'm pretty sure, like, listen, I stay up late, but, and at one point over Christmas, that would have been all right, but that's not right. 12:30 Pacific to UK. Yeah, it's 8:30. Yeah, so that's right. 8:30 tomorrow. That's fine. Um, and or I'll be back to work on Tuesday and Tuesday through to Friday next week. So if you feel it needs to be that soon, then yes, book it. Oh God, I can't get. Yeah, it's just going to be shite chippies now. I might just need to. That's how late it is, guys. I've missed all the chippies. Get the violins out. I'm only joking. I'll have a bit of toast or something. There's one. Just trying to think. Did I get that before? To be honest with you, I'm kind of desperate. I don't really care if that's shit. I'm having that. I'm just going to have to. I'm not a snob about many things, but a chippy and an Italian, maybe. Coffee, too. And I don't even drink coffee anymore. For 2 months now, I've not had coffee. See, that's something to do with the union energy too. I was guided to not have coffee. I was only going to do it for a month, and I've never went back to it. Is that mic still on? Yeah. I'm surprised the batteries ran out. Right. So whatever comes up, I don't know what to ask. You don't need to ask anything. I don't typically go. You know what I mean? It's not like if somebody had a question. I mostly it's all right. Like I'm not totally against it, but I always just see what comes up. That's just the way I've always worked. So, right, for TT, let's see. Part of fortune increase. So in astrology, I don't know, do you know your chart at all? Again, that's something I can look at in a personal session, but in astrology, for those that are interested, the part of fortune is a huge indicator of how you can make money, basically. So, it's quite a good indicator of whether you're in the right job or not, or following the right calling. So, like I said, I can explain that more in a session, but this card says increase. So, there could be some kind of increase in money coming into your life, or some kind of luck, opportunity. Taurus, Sun, Sag Moon. Oh, hello, my Sag Moon. Are you female or male? But hello, my Sag Moon brother or sister. I am Sag Moon. I remember you talking, but it's been a while, eh? Um, and we're actually in Sag Moon next week. I think it was towards the end of the week. Um, what else? Lunar eclipse change, right? Wow, so there's big changes. Again, I feel there could be always skin. Oh, sorry to hear that. I feel so. Putting out again prayers for abundance to all that. Well, prayers for abundance for all. Like I said, again, and this is a true story. I know I've said this before, but it is a fact. I've got Jupiter in Capricorn, and where my Jupiter in Capricorn is, I'm hiccuping now, really clearing energy. Okay, it's probably clearing people's abundance blocks. Um, there's only a tiny wee amount of people in my membership right now, but I've had memberships for like over the past, yeah, I don't know if it's quite 10 years. No, it can't be 10 years, but it would be like 8 years. Say it was 8 years, because I've basically started the Facebook page 10 years ago, and I started my memberships probably like 2 years into that. So yeah, 8 years. But there was always things like this happening. People like winning money or winning things, or like I said, just me basically helping you in a session with your business. And like I said, I've had people coming at tens of it. Like, again, I'm a money maker for people, and I don't make a lot of money, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Like some I have done like fleetingly, but it's always kind of like it's very like I said, it's very up and down because that's what my chart says. But again, it's to humble me. Like I work for God, so it's like and it shouldn't be about the money. That's basically so again, I know how it works for me. It doesn't really matter if anyone else gets it. I'm trying to explain it because some of you might be like that too, and it could be explained in your chart. But basically, um, you've got to be sensible with it too. Like what I said about, it wouldn't be wise for me to be doing all these free sessions on top of all the free stuff, free content that I do all the time. It's just not wise, it's not, it's got to, it's why tithing's important and donating. So, I appreciate when people can when they do it, but I also know that not everyone can. Um, but what I'm trying to say is when people, I just want a baby more than anything. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. And that is something that's very real. Okay, then let's not get on that topic because it's like, yeah, I'm like, it's not impossible. I know that there's been women that have had fucking whatever in the Bible, what's her name, had a baby when she was fucking, aye, quite old. But like I said, this is, yeah, let's not go on that topic. I think approaching 41, it's just kind of like, yeah, I'm tired now, so fuck knows how tired I've been anyway. So it's, but anyway, I hear you. It's, when you're, and especially, it'd help if you didn't like kids, but when you actually love children, that's a big longing. So I hear you, sister. Um, but it's got to be the right time, the right person, and all that jazz. You've both got to want it. Um, so what else have we got here? The moon. Oh God, look at what I was saying. Moon, and this is called soul. So the moon is divine feminine energy. It's also secrets and intuition. And also we're on a full moon. And look, you just shared something very private there. So, and I feel it's, but you sharing that is because a lot of people will be in that place. But a lot of men too, by the way, because men can have that feeling come over them as well, where it's like, I mean, that's really what it's all about. They just feel this need to sow their seed. I don't know, it's probably called something. Part of fortune increase. Yes, there's something about an increase coming your way. So have faith. Ninth house. That's also the make a wish. At 33, come to Jesus moment. I feel there's something about, and look, it's like reading like reading someone's palm. It's I feel some kind of destined event is going to bring about some kind of money in your life. So let us know when it happens. And I hope you get your baby as well, but with the right person. Eighth house, endings and beginnings, yes. Let that lady get what she deserves. Right, okay. Because I said that, let's get be present. Oh, look, that's so lovely. You're getting the same message that Alejandro got. Be present. You will attract love by enjoying your life as it is, wherever you are, be all there. And that's kind of like what was meaning by a lot of the things I've said tonight. You know, um, I've been in that place. Oh my God, I mean, God, some of these things are going so close to the bone, but I've been in that place in my life about some of the things Alejandro were saying, and I've also been in that place in my life about some things you're saying. But it's like what I'm saying is like these longings have like come and gone, and you just get to the point where you just accept, well, maybe that's not meant to happen for me. Your Mac will sleep soon unless plugged into a power light. Yeah, because you're yeah. Anyway, but like that's when the computer says it's time to go to sleep, it's low battery, but it's just be present and enjoy your life as it is now. Because basically it's like it's kind of like right, you might be like where you going with this, but I remember there's been quite a few people in my life. This was such a long time ago. This was like probably like what are we in if that was yeah, this was probably like God, why am I so bad at maths? It's funny that I'm good at numbers and I can't do the maths here. Probably was about 15 years ago or something. I know I keep saying 15 years, but it must be relevant. But it was something like that or longer. And I remember there was someone in my life that was dealing with infertility. And then I think and then there was another person, but I'm homing in on one person. And I happened to have this book at the time, which funnily enough was a hypnotherapy book. Bear in mind, this was like long before I was a hypnotherapist, but I was just always interested in this stuff. And it was about creative visualization. And I just always got creative visualization. I used to read loads of books on that when I was younger and stuff. But so whether you see that as being the hypnotherapy or the creative, just the creative side of me in general, um, or the shamanic part, because a lot of shamanic stuff is very similar to being a hypnotherapist. That's why they weave well together. But the point is I basically remember telling the person, because again, it wasn't somebody directly close to me. It was somebody close to somebody I was close to. But anyway, it was just on a night out, and because I was talking about one person, I flipped to somebody else. But basically, the person kind of opened up and was like, "Do you think I will ever have children?" And I was like, "Yeah, I've seen them." Like, like I was like, "I think you're gonna have two." And basically, because this is all anonymous, like it was ages ago, it can't be identified. I was like, I think you're gonna have twins, right? Which is quite a big, statement. But and again, can I just stress this was 15 years ago. I wasn't practicing this professionally. Look at I know why they're getting me to tell this story. See what I mean about that was when I was less experienced. Now I'm very experienced, and that's why I gave what I said at the start. And you'll only get that if you watch. I think it was at the live from earlier. Actually, it was the live from earlier when I said I can observe things, and like to me, judging something and making an observation, it's hard to sometimes differentiate. Look, 0 point. It's midnight right now. Um, basically, it's all a learning, and what I'm trying to say is this was like in my personal life. So anyway, cut long story short, I saw that. Well, and I've known a few people this has happened to. What actually happened was that person did go on to have children, and it was actually two children that she's got. They're a lot older now, but and this has sadly happened to quite a few people I know. So, like I said, this I keep stressing this isn't identifiable. Happy birthday, Robbie Williams, because it's the 13th of February. This could be relevant somehow. But do you know what? It's not always what you think, because one of her children was actually a twin, but the other twin didn't survive. You know what I'm saying? So again, sadly, but isn't that amazing? And again, that's like I said, I've actually done that with a few people with things like that. I've picked up on a twin energy, and it was something that I couldn't have possibly known, and it's because they were a twin, but their twin died. So it's like, whether it's an adult that's got a twin or something like that. So do you know what I mean? So it was like I was seeing that person was going to have twins, but one twin is growing up in the spirit world and one is growing up in the physical. So that's kind of mind blowing, isn't it? And also, that person's not particularly spiritual. Well, actually, I would say they're not really spiritual at all. So I've no idea whether, because that's not somebody that I see, don't even think I've seen them in a few years. But it's like that's not somebody I would come into contact with at all. But only mean that person will know that I said I saw them, that what I just said, and it did. It depends which way you see it, whether it was right or wrong. But it's definitely not wrong, is it? But it's not what you might think. Um, So anyway, sorry. The point of me sharing that was at that point in that person's life, they thought that was not going to be possible because they'd been told that yeah, there was fertility issues. I can't remember if it was like on his side or her side or both. I don't know, but what it was all about was because I've been reading that in that book, and just because I know that, it can sometimes be the stress that you're putting on the situation. And when you turn your attention away from it, before you know it, the soul comes out. Because basically, I remember a medium telling me this once, and it's true. When a soul wants to come in to this world, no amount of contraception will stop it. I've known people that fall pregnant on the implant before, which is meant to be 99.9% effective, and people have still fallen pregnant. So, yeah. And quite a deep story to go into, but it's true. So, any out there that are focusing too much on, if you're trying to get pregnant, it's not happening. Again, focus your attention on something else, and yeah, things will happen when they're meant to, and all that kind of stuff. But just right, what else? Reaching your goal. Oh, everything you want from this connection will manifest in your future. That's nice because I was asking that for you, TT, And it's again, so I feel just be present with where you're at, enjoy your life with where you're at, and everything you want from this connection will manifest in your future. And from the sounds of it, I don't know if you're with anybody, but that's kind of how it happens. You know, the person will come along, actions will speak louder than words, and before you know it, boom, you've got a baby. Provided you, like I said, provide you don't just want that with anyone, provided it's the right person. If you want to know what someone is feeling, watch what they're doing. Right. Right. So, anyone else before I go? Because fucking hell, I'm hungry and I'm dying to watch Love Island. I'm sorry, I am addicted. I don't hide it. I get very sad when it ends. I'm not kidding. Um, and also, these cards are very rudely all over my bed. Because remember, I've been sleeping here now for weeks. So I'm channeling people that are sleeping on the couch. That's all I can get from that. How else am I meant to get that? So whoever I'm picking up on, because I can pick up on loads of people out there, you're very welcome. And like I said, if this makes you feel any better, and it should, one of the first, if not the first, distance healing I ever done over 10 years ago now. I think it was more like 12 years ago because I done something under a different name. Um, I told the story not long ago. This woman had apparently been, it was that exact story. She'd been trying to get pregnant. Not that exact story because it wasn't that woman. It was someone, you know, I don't know, halfway across the world, some country, I don't know. It wasn't even America, it was somebody else. But long story short, her and her partner were trying to get pregnant. And I now feel they would have been twin flames, to be honest. I definitely feel that because that's the only people that I ever heal that really, you know, that get led to me one to one. Doesn't mean I can't heal people that aren't twin flames. Like, I can heal anyone, but it's kind of like they're my priority. That's who God has chosen for me to heal. Um, but which is a bit different from people that are out there saying they're twin healing twin flames or being for twin flames. They're trying to make a quick buck. If anything, that's no the case with me because it's really held back my finances, along with other things. Because, like I've said before, on the twin flame journey, um, when you're, which is what happens to all twin flames, when the divine masculine is with other people, that your creative energy, which can also be your financial, your fucking basically your abundance gets drained by whatever they're doing with whoever. So that's a barrel of laughs, isn't it? But like I said, I don't focus too much on that or whatever. It's just part of the fucking journey. Some people probably do. But anyway, you know what I'm saying? It's not very fair though. But it's which is why it can go the other way. A lot of divine masculines and then can have apparent really bad luck with finances, but it's because of that. If they've kept continuously ignoring the connection, running away, and trying to build with the wrong person, it'll all fall down like a house of cards at some point. And if people's money aren't drained away, their happiness will be. So they could have loads of money, fancy cars, looking the part, feeling the part, or looking like they're feeling the part, but they're feeling like shit dying inside, which is not nice, and I don't wish that on anyone. I pray for anyone, because again, it just teaches you money, you know, there's love's more important than money. Again, very appropriate before Valentine's. But yeah, anyway, this woman, she hadn't shared too much. She just shared that she was having, I don't know if she had shared that, to be honest. She might have shared it before the healing. I don't know if she did. I can't remember. But whether she shared it or not, she shared after that. I said 30-minute distance healing, which at the time I would have been calling it Reiki, but I later found out through many different people that had experienced both in-person healing and distance healing that that is not Reiki I was doing. My own Reiki master actually had said that too. It is very, very powerful spiritual healing that I'm doing, and I do it without trying. That's why I get a lot of jealousy. Um, but and again, that might have sounded. I don't care how that sounded. It's just true. And again, it's because I'm humble with it, but it is the truth. But I have, you know, I am a shaman, a Reiki master, and all these different things too. But it's really just God doing that, chose to do that healing through me. But yeah, long and short of it is, she got pregnant. She'd had several miscarriages. Um, yeah, she was over the moon. She thought I was some kind of angel. I'll never forget, you know, and this was a long time ago. I don't know if I'll ever be able to find. I wish I could actually, because it would. But I told this not that long ago. It put me in shock. I was really quite overwhelmed, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" Because, like I said, this is no Reiki. Reiki works miracles, but that's no type of Reiki I've ever heard of. And even my Reiki master was like, you know what I mean, she came to me for healing. That's how good my fucking healing was. But um, yeah, rather than keep on going with it, because it was on another platform. Rather than keep on going with it, I shat myself, and I actually didn't send distant healing for ages. Like that's what it doesn't happen to me now, but it used to happen to me all the time. I used to get really overwhelmed and just run away from it. So that's how I ran away from things. Whereas now I just face up to it. I still get overwhelmed, but I stay with it. I now actually know more about what that's about, the different difficulties that I've got. Superpowers too. But I'm just basically very, very sensitive. And I felt like, why me? Why have you chosen me to work this miracle? Whereas now I'm like, why the fuck not me? As long as I stay humble and grounded, I can be entertaining with it. But like I said, I give it the big one and the Leo. I'm not being fake, but I do give it the big one, and you see more of the Leo side of me when I'm on here, which is actually quite a lot because I do live streams quite a lot now. It's quite fun because I love Leo energy. But I'd be annoying as fuck if this was me every day. I would annoy myself and I'd annoy everyone around me. And maybe I do annoy you, but why are you watching me if I annoy you? But I can annoy you and you can still love me because families annoy each other. We're so family. But you know what I'm saying? It's like being serious. I am more Scorpio rising day to day. I'm very quiet. I could spend days being silent. Um, and yeah, I like to just like for instance, today was perfect for me. Like I walked the dog, like I said, that woman couldn't get back for a meeting, and she just said on the off chance that she could, and I was like, well, you know, it wasn't totally going out my way, so I thought, right, so gave the dog a quick walk. That dog doesn't like walking for very long, so I would have went a long walk. Like I said, I was all set to go the first time, and I didn't want to go. But yeah, we had a wee walk, and then I didn't need to keep. I could have just taken the dog home, but I'm not saying her name because I'm keeping the dogs on anonymity. And I suppose the women's actually, but yeah, I took her back and I snuggled up and yeah, just like I just kind of hung out with her and it was perfect. Like, because that's what I mean. Like I said, I love children. I love dogs in particular, animals, but dogs in particular. And that was perfect for me. Just silence cuddled up with the dog. And it's funny because my oldest niece is like that too. My oldest niece is, I'm in love with this dog too, but my oldest niece is obsessed. Like she was talking about who her best friends were, and she named one of her best friends as the dog. I was very proud. When she told me that, I was proud. I thought that was a proud moment. Because that's what I was like. I was exactly like her at that age too. Like I said, I just love dogs. Um, and children. I'm not really too much different now. Still love dogs and children. I smiled at the dog today, and it's not that I didn't smile at the owner, but I think the owner was. I think the guy was looking at me like, "You're actually smiling at my dogs before you smiled at me." He was an older man like me. That is what I'm like. It was cute. They were two wee Westies, so they did look cute. Um, but yeah, that's a miracle. So I particularly felt guided to say that. So again, I can't guarantee that because you're telling me you want a baby more than anything, that a baby's going to come your way. But because you've told me that, I will hold that intention. I will hold that in prayer. And again, I can't, like I've said it is on the, I can't promise any miracles, but I very much hope that at some point, even if it's a while away, you'll come and update us that a miracle happened. I'll hold space for it. And that's the kind of stuff that can happen in the membership. Not as big as that, mind you will. I suppose if somebody wanted that, would. But yeah, people have had a lot of money miracles or just winning stuff and that. And again, it's because you're giving a little bit back and they're getting so up to you. And again, people can join and they can leave and whatever. I don't want people leaving and joining willy-nilly, but anyway. And if you join, I need to go when I'm mixing up words. If you join at the second level, you get I do cards once a month on the new moon. So that means people would get the free cards on the Leo moon if they were around. You need to make sure you're around, as well as free personal cards. Um, but again, right now there's only one person on that level right now. But anyway, and then I'm going to add some other levels when there's more twins in union and do a bit of deeper coaching on those levels. But yeah, I don't think there's anyone else that needs another message now. So I think I'm just going to close us out with one of these cards, and then I'm going to get my Wait a minute, I might just. It's just because it can take a. Well, they're normally quite quick. See, I just want like. You can get one that's like a half fish supper. Oh, I don't think you can on this one. It's slim pickings. I mean, literally, there's only one chippy. There's only one chippy on this. I think this might be what I done before. I got a fried pizza supper and it was not what I thought it was. It was the one in batter. Fucking disgusting. I did not mean that. I meant, so I need to be careful here. Scottish people know what I'm saying. There's one that's a half pizza supper and it's a half pizza and it's fucking tidy and it's not in batter. And there's another one that's in batter. Is there any need? Filth. I think it's that, a fried pizza crunch. I'm no fucking wanting that. That's disgusting. I don't want any of this shit. I wanted a fish supper. Why have they not got? I'll get it after. I need to concentrate. Right. Give us one card from this deck. God, it got deep tonight, guys. It got all kinds of dramatic and deep and just like how Love Island's going to be when I watch it. Throat chakra. So, oh, two cards came out. Sexuality and connection. Yes, it's important in a twin flame connection that you honor the sexual energy, which is very potent, but also the connection. And look, that's a true twin flame connection because look at all the song. Look at the song notes. That's how you speak to each other through the songs. Very Lemurian energy. And I've already spoke about this tonight, the personal things. I mean, that happens to me every day, like, but for the collective and ones for myself. When it's ones for me, I don't tell you. Um, well, actually, sometimes the ones for collective feel like speak to me too, but sometimes there's ones today that I wouldn't tell you because it just I knew they were for me. Yes, and I don't need to read them from the book. I can't be arsed. I'm going to be honest. I think this is just talking about there is sacred unions coming about, but there's sacred sexual unions too, because that's, if truth be told, I think that, oh no. Why is the thumbnail always when I'm fucking shattered and looking like that's not the thumbnail? I look shit, unless I hide behind the cards. I'll just, there you go. That might be a thumbnail. But that is the sacred sexual union, which is what twin flames are all about. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. Twin flames are not platonic. It's not your best pal or your mum or Sally down the road. It's sexual. Now, that doesn't mean you need to do anything about it, because especially not when other people are choosing to be with other people, but it still stands that it is a sacred sexual union. It would just be one you're not doing anything about just now. Because the divine feminine, look, that's the luminous woman. Oh, I always get mixed up. The luminous woman matches the chivalrous man, because I think that is the one that came out earlier. They're twin flames. The guy that went to the garage. You get that if you're around all the time. Spiritual maturity, who needed to spiritually mature to be ready for the divine feminine. So until the divine masculines spiritually mature and are ready to honor that sacred union, but the sacred sexual union, which that is up to you when that happens again in some people's cases. And again and again and again, tantra. Um, it's yeah, basically that's what they're saying. You need to spiritually mature. Look at the wee couple at the path. That's cute. It's a mountain you need to climb to be ready, because it's very much like, if Alejandro's still here, it's very much like what you were describing in a very beautiful way, which is, thank you for being an example of a man that is not afraid to express themselves, not only in private to somebody that they love, but also you've expressed yourself in public on here. So that's beautiful. And more men need to do that. It's safe to do that. You're showing men it's safe to do that, basically. Because Nathan does it all the time too. There's loads of people that do it. It's kind of like, um, Yeah, I feel just the way some of the words you were using, that you felt like there was a real connection there, but then you're also questioning, but I wonder if I was just being manipulated. I think that's healthy. Like, it's even how, like, I was going in and out of, like, you know what I mean? It can be a bit hazy, because I do think, actually, without meaning it, there is manipulation that goes on with you and your twin flame. Both, but like both ways. Because it's you're toying with yourself, you see. If you really get it, you're playing chess with yourself. So in the end, you're fucking yourself over. I'm going to leave us on that cheery note. So, when you really wake up to things, you're playing yourself. So at some points, you might think you're getting one over on something, you're not. You're playing yourself if it's your twin flame. Why am I saying that? I need to go and I need to eat. Also, see, when I talk about being hungry, that's sexual energy. So there's a lot of sexual energy. And I'm saying sex, 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 sexual energy because guess what the fifth house is? That's right, sex, creation. There's been and that actually, even all the stuff about babies and birth, that's the house of that too. Relax. There's that card again. Relax. Don't. I'm not singing the rest. Fuck no. I need to go off now. That's hilarious. Find joy in the simple pleasures of just being together. That's hilarious. I need to go now. It's that card again. Celebrate good times. Come on. There's celebrations coming, guys. Today, celebrate the love you share with those who matter most, whoever those people may be. And I would hope that, you know what, the number one person on that list should be, no, not your twin flame. It should be you. Because your twin flame is an aspect of you. But treat yourself like a king or a queen, an empress or an emperor. The Empress and the Emperor came out yesterday in that shorts that I was like, look, guys, I've barely got energy to even do this 3 minute shorts, let alone a video. I don't think I will. Then I ended up feeling sick. And you know what I mean? All these signs have been here about slow down, pour the energy back into you. So, like I said, I appeared to do this. If there's not any videos tomorrow, again, because I'm taking advice, watching my energy, I might just clip bits of this. But yeah, yeah, because I'm just trying to think. There's no way. The only way there would be a video is if I decided to film something right now, and I'm not about to do that. So I might probably, if there's an old one, I think I might do that. If there's an old one I haven't published from ages ago, which for some reason would be like, oh, I can't put that out, and now I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I've said way worse. Um, I'll put one of them ones out. But Alejandro, if you're still watching and you feel like you want to book the session, um, what does that mean? Is that talking about the battery being low? Oh, that's hilarious. It's not. It was a Just Eat thing coming up. That was weird. Yeah. If you want to book that, I look forward to that. Don't feel any pressure for it to be tomorrow or later on tonight, actually. It can be next week too, but it'll be divine time. And other other than that, if you want to book a session, anyone else, I'm taking my jewelry off and everything. I'm getting ready for bed. Um, I will. Yeah, I'll be back to work on Tuesday, but I'm really tired now. I'm still watching Love Island. So, peace out. See you later. Have a happy Valentine's. Just enjoy it, whatever you're doing, even if that's by yourself. And enjoy it if you're with your person as well. And see you later. Thanks for joining in the fun on live and replay. See you later. Oh my god. I look like I've been in a fucking night out, guys. Look at this.